This isn't Shabbos Eve. This is Shabbos.
Shabbos.
I can just picture these same accent.
Did you get any good gifts for Melania and Don Jr.?
Yes,
What's that?
What's that, Don?
I'm wondering if Shimon is celebrating. We're doing things so big in the White House tonight.
Did you guys hear the president's announcement of this evening? Because I'm trying to sort it out. It's kind of huge, but I can't. Number one,
it's so big. It's so frankly,
Which announcement?
Biden could have made it. We're going to give everybody the day off on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and frankly, the day after.
Norm, what announcement?
Two huge announcements. Number one, if you want somebody to stay in the country, you can keep them in the. Let's say somebody goes to MIT or Wharton or Ann Arbor, and you want them to stay in the country, a company can pay $1 million to get a Trump gold card and keep this a foreign national in the country. So that sounds really weird. I don't even understand it, but he says that so far 1 billion people have bought the Trump gold card. So that's number one.
1 million people?
No, he said $1 billion has come in. There's been
a million millions. Yeah, it costs $1 million, and 1 million people did it. So
1,000 million is a billion. Are you okay? We don't have to do the arithmetic here. I'm just pointing out his announcement. You can do
It's 1,000 people, guys.
On the back of it.
I thought you said $1 million.
Yeah, that is correct. No, I said $1 million. I said $1
$1
million.
million.
At $1 million each.
Okay.
So, and that's in a couple days. The other thing was that he instituted, according to him, favored nation status for drug prices. So the U.S. is not allowed to charge more than other countries for drugs in development, and then make the money back by charging a lot for the drug, whether it's insulin or blood thinner or whatever or some cancer drug, and he's disallowing that and spreading this increased cost of drugs among all the countries that want it.
And then we're going to go to Venezuela north, and we're going to keep the oil.
Yes, well, why not? And they're calling this Trump RX, by the way. He also changed the name of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center. I can't.
I thought it was a Donald J. Trump and John F. Kennedy. Did he call it
to Trump Kennedy? It's known as the Kennedy Center before this announcement. I don't know if it was called the John F. Kennedy Center, but
yeah, I don't know. Just wondering. What's the question?
Okay. So those are the Trump RX and the Trump Gold Card, the big announcements. I understand, Mr. President. I guess what I really meant to say was that it might be a little bit over my head or above my pay grade, and I look forward to learning more from the greatest president in the history of America or the world or humanity or any world.
Yeah, that's so sweet of you, Norm. Thank you so much, sweetheart.
You're welcome, Mr. President. Thank you. I'm trying to do my best here.
You might be next to Pam Bondi with the shit on your nose. You and Pam can have a shit up.
Have a butt licking off contest.
The nose is the brownest. We love it.
We also had a big drop of Epstein. I guess these announcements were meant to steal a little bit of the fire from the Epstein drop. Which again, so yes, Epstein took a lot of photos.
I love you as a Palestinian. As a Palestinian, I love you, even though you bump too much. You bump too much there.
We're going to do tremendous things for Palestine, and frankly, we're going to build a Trump Tower right on the shore.
Welcome, just come.
We're going to come.
Do not come.
I love you, everyone.
Do not come.
I don't think you're gonna come.
I'm gonna come.
You love me, fascinating, it's wonderful, beautiful, so sweet. Love you.
come.
Covered income.
Do you understand Andrew Baisha's map, Yaakov? Because I don't. He's
Say
in the group chat.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody has watched that.
Oh, it's
50%.
it's not a map per se. It's essentially a 2x2 matrix without the lines in the middle.
So as traditional social values, as traditional values go up. Well, okay, the y-axis is the vertical axis, right?
Correct.
Okay, have to remember that from my old.
math classes.
Yeah. So as the y-axis goes up, what increases? Traditional or secular values? Traditional.
Well, I think because if you look at African Islamic and you look at Libya and Qatar, so those are traditional. So negative 2.5 is the maximum in terms of traditional. The positive 2.0 is the I believe the maximum in secular. And then they're trying to group the countries that are secular, and what of these countries, let's say the top grade, Confucian, what do they have in common? Well, they're if you look at the countries, they're saying, oh, those are based on Confucian ideology. And then the one in Orthodox Europe, you can see those countries, those dots, those things kind of clustered, although there's this like little thing that sticks down like, it's not perfectly clustered, and they said, oh, that's Orthodox Europe. And then you have survival versus self-expression values, which you'd have to go look at this Engelhardt-Weitzel. There's a link at the bottom, World Values Survey.
So I think they're saying that as secular values and self-expression increase, what's the third variable that also increases?
Well, no, there's only there's two attributes. There's the
secular values.
Yeah, because you can go from the maximum will be secular values on the Y, and the minimum is traditional values, right? And zero, like if you drew a line at zero, horizontal line at zero, and a vertical line at zero on the X going up, you get a 2x2 matrix, right?
You
interrupted
your own thought. So
what?
You interrupted your own thought. So as we go up, there's more secular values, and as we go to the right, there's more survival. More what? Self-expression?
No, secular values is the Y. As you go up, you get more secular values.
I got that.
Okay, because I thought you said something else.
No. So what are we measuring here?
Let's look it up.
What's the third thing that secular values and self-expression?
Well, there's one axis, which is how secular versus how traditional you are, and the other one is something which is how survivalistic you are versus self-expressive values, and I have no idea what that means. But you can see that also goes from...
Well, it's like the Maslow hierarchy.
Yeah.
Self-expression.
Yeah.
So that's what that is. So
self-expression, I mean, if I look at that and I compare if I compare the countries on the right to the countries on the left, they have much higher rates of literacy, much higher rates of yeah, but also the language is more complex and the thought processes are more complex. It's not to say that people on the left are dumber. It's just
These are more successful civilizations.
right. So, actually, to be honest, yeah, the ones to the left on the x-axis are more focused on getting food to the table, versus we figured out how to get food on the table, so we don't have to focus on getting food on the table. We can innovate. We can focus on innovation or self-expression. In this case, they're focusing on self-expression. What do we think of ourselves? What do we want to talk? So it's just a 2x2 matrix of those, and then they try to do this weird kind of clustering, which, like, for example, West and South Asia is a really funky kind of cluster. It kind of falls apart where these little strange blobs.
Well, those might be exceptions to the rule for whatever reason.
Yeah, whatever. Does that make sense, though? It would have been better if they had the horizontal line and the vertical line.
What did you say?
It would have been better if it was a 2x2 matrix. Then it would have made more sense, I think, to a line at the 0 and another line at the 0. One horizontal 0 line and one vertical 0 line. And these appear to be self-reported, so who knows if this actually works in the real world. Andrew, did I get that right?
Yeah, he gave you a thumbs up.
Oh, I did?
It's World Value Survey from the Financial Times.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
He says it's the World Values Survey from the Financial Times.
The Financial Times.
Hey, baby, are you there?
I thought it was from someplace else. I think the Financial Times published it.
Can we go on the private for a little bit? It's about Buttercup.
You want to go on the what?
You can say it private. You can say it here. I'm not sure if my source wants me to. You need to say it? Let me text them. Okay, here, I'll do private for that.
It's not the Financial Times. You can see the organization and the two links at the bottom right.
No, the World Value Survey was conducted by the Financial. Just read the chat.
Yeah, you learned about it from the Financial Times, but Financial Times doesn't conduct their own research in general.
President left.
Yeah, they're going to talk about Buttercup.
Trump was the president.
Where did he leave to?
I don't know. Have to check the presidential schedule, I guess.
That's published every day, right, by the press office?
I think so, yeah. I don't understand those announcements, though. Doesn't sound real.
Did you read some of those plaques that they put out outside the West, along the, or whatever you call it, the thing that connects the residents with the West Wing? He put up these pictures of some of the most recent, or drawings or whatever, of the most recent presidents, along with plaques, bronze plaques, and some of the, it's like his campaign. It's not appropriate for the White House, but literally called Sleepy Joe.
Yeah. Biden really went after him, and that
In a political context, but this is stuff that, of course, should be torn down by the next president.
Reinhardt, we didn't do that. So the answer to your question is your premise is faulty. We didn't get Western armies to carve us out an empire in the Middle East. I don't think we have an empire in the Middle East. We do have a tiny country, about the size of an average U.S. state.
It's like, sorry, I'm talking to my dog. Sure.
Yeah. So I think your question is based on a misunderstanding of reality. I'll invite you up, though, if you have a follow-up question.
And what do you call during the 12-day war with Iran? How all the Arab states were intercepting the missiles. 90% of the missiles were intercepted by the Arabs.
Well, again, I don't buy your premise on your numbers, but I do agree that the Sunnis and Israel have two common enemies, and they are the Iranian genocide regime and the Muslim Brotherhood. And so we coordinate the mutual defense through the CENTCOM of the United States.
They're like vassal states, satellite states.
Of what?
They're directed by the U.S., which is directed by...
No, these are conspiracy theories. None of what you just said is true.
So you installed puppets. Look, so you destroyed Syria, the regimes in Syria and Iraq, and installed puppets. And
Let's go one step at a time.
Actually, Turkey was
destroyed Hezbollah, a terror organization. Hezbollah was propping up
in Lebanon.
Well, yes, but Hezbollah was propping up a murderous, barbaric tyrant named Bashar al-Assad in Syria. So when Hezbollah fell, the tyrant fell.
And also at the same time, Turkey funded a lot of the dissidents in the north to come down.
Israel and America were funding Syrian rebels like ISIS and Al-Qaeda.
Under which administration?
Under the Obama administration.
Oh, well, we'd have to go back to check on that. I know we were trying to figure out who to back. But
drop a link in the chat. We'll be happy to look at it. And,
we already know that that Al-Shara was funded by Obama.
That's
going back. Drop a link in the...
Yeah, that's going back.
It's common knowledge that
that's going back 10 years. So you might be
up to date on this stuff.
Hang on a second. You're not responding to what he's saying. Obama was trying to figure out who to back, but we're now in 2025, and Bashar al-Assad remained in control there, and Russia was trying to also get their stake in there. So again, I don't know what you think is a vassal state. The Gulf nations, the Gulf Arabs, are independent nations and not vassals, and
their client states are southern trees. They're satellites, regardless. They're beholden to American policy.
Well, they're not beholden.
They get directed.
They like selling us their oil. and we use a lot of it, so there's a financial relation.
But either way, how did Lord Rothschild get Lord Balfour to write in the Declaration of the State of Israel?
I don't know, but the desire for the Jews to return home has been eternal. It's not.
How did they do that? How did Jews do that?
Actually, it was more of a time waste.
They don't have their own armies. They don't have their own countries. How did they create Israel?
Well, it's the same way. I'm answering your question. We got organized. We built something from zero. We drained swamps. We settled land. We created agriculture. I'm telling you how we did it.
No, I asked you, how did you get the British Empire to carve you Israel?
We didn't. We didn't do
Yes,
that.
they did. The Balfour Declaration.
That's incorrect. So you don't know what.
Hold on. The British mandate is what created Israel. They're the ones that brought you guys.
No, not true. They didn't.
You guys
Actually,
didn't make it yourself.
Okay. Well, nobody does anything. Nobody does anything themselves.
Okay.
Well, no, the British Empire didn't. They actually fought against it. So you're talking over me, which is not good. So if you ask a question, you got to listen to the answer, unless you think you already have the answer, in which case just go on ahead with your answer, and you don't need me. You don't need to talk to somebody who actually knows. So the idea at the end of the 19th century was that empires fell. British Empire, French Empire, Ottoman Empire, and the world was divided up, instead of into empires, into nation states. Among those are all of the Arab states with all of the oil, and all of the African nations, and South America, and even the European map. All of these were mapped, and included in that was a homeland for indigenous people. In the case of Israel, the Jews, the indigenous people of Israel. And Arabs also, who were indigenous, they threw off the yoke of empire. They threw off the yoke of the Ottoman Empire, and also the British Empire, for that matter, which helped them against the Ottoman Empire, and they declared independence the same way Israel did. So most of the countries in the United Nations were created in the 20th century. Israel's just one. You also got,
the British Empire. The British Empire helped you create it, right?
What do you mean the British Empire helped us create it? What does that mean?
They helped you create the country and everything you know about it.
Well, you just repeated yourself.
Can I just made a statement that wasn't incorrect.
The Balfour Declaration. The
Balfour Declaration is a recognition of Jewish indigeneity, just like every other country has its own indigeneity.
It wasn't
French people, like Germans. Yeah,
it was an agreement to settle Jews in the land.
It's a recognition of Jewish indigeneity.
To settle them in the land.
It's a recognition of Jewish indigeneity in
It
Israel.
never said that in the.
Actually, it does say that, and so does the League of Nations. All of this, again, I'm just going to repeat to you: the map of the current world was drawn in the 20th.
We need Nick Fuentes, man. We need Nick Fuentes to save us from you guys.
For what?
We need Nick Fuentes to
save
us from you.
Okay. So you don't know what you're talking about, correct?
Like, why are you guys are 0.2% of the population. How are you guys allowed to have all these banks and positions?
And there's no allowed.
So for example,
we have a tiny country.
For example,
hang on. I'm going to set you down in a second because you're not listening to the answers to your question. I don't know what banks you think we have. I don't think we have banks.
The banks are owned by shareholders.
But we do have a tiny country. I don't think you probably don't even know what a bank is, or a Jew, or a Zionist, or what Israel is.
Or a shareholder.
Right.
Hey, Sheikh, welcome to the house.
But if you need...
Maybe. Hey, bro, can you join the house, please?
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Whenever they're done.
Yeah, but if you need Nick Fuentes, feel free to go consult Nick Fuentes, who doesn't seem to know much about what he's talking about either, except he hates women, Jews, black people, and I don't know, gay people, who knows, he hates everybody. So he's Mr. Hate 2025.
Always goes to record the room.
Yeah, well, speaking of recordings, Bibi, have you converted to Christianity?
Who said?
Well, I heard something with my own ears today. I heard you say, and I quote, "Love thy neighbor." I just want to welcome you to the church. Welcome. Welcome.
That's what Jews believe in.
Hey, Shape.
I welcome BB to
You know
Christianity.
that's what Jews believe.
By the way, turn the other cheek means something clean, okay? So don't.
Hey, Shape.
Yeah.
There's a great story in the Talmud where a guy who wants to convert to Judaism comes up to there's two schools of thought, Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai. And he comes up to Shammai first and he says, I'll convert if you teach me the Torah standing on one foot. And he says, I can't do that. Goes up to the other guy, says, same question. He stands on one foot and he says,
Love your neighbor as thyself, or the rest of the
I would say treat your neighbor as you want to be treated. The rest is commentary. Yeah. So that thought of loving thy neighbor like thyself was Jesus' interpretation of that very same line from the Torah.
So thanks for coming. Do anything smart, Dad?
Well, I heard BB say, "Love thy neighbor."
Yeah, that's what we believe in.
Right. So that would be very Torah.
Very Christian of you.
It's actually predates Christianity.
Exactly. Predates.
I want to welcome you to Christianity.
Well, he's not entering Christianity, but I'm grateful that you guys picked up something from us.
I'll make just a little prayer, thanking God tonight.
Do you have anything you want to add to them, or you just butter all the other things?
I just wanted, I was compelled, I was almost brought to tears, goosebumps.
So to respect one's neighbor, that compelled you to come in here and make yourself...
No, you said love thy neighbor, and I was like,
love thy neighbor.
That's a Jewish thought. That's a Jewish concept.
It's actually it's a Jewish thought.
Did BB convert?
No, he didn't.
No, and you don't have to. It's a Jewish thought.
Maybe he means he converted to Judaism. Did you convert to Judaism, Bobby?
I mean,
did you revert?
Yeah, you revert to Judaism.
Look, I know that I'm much more Semitic than all of you combined.
No, you're not.
Well, there's no
I have more Semitism in my toenail.
There's no
than
such
you
thing
do.
as
That's like language.
Than you do in your. If we just aggregated your entire family over the last
I think your country
300 years.
Fucking sick.
I've shed more.
Listen, idiot.
Come on, baby. Welcome to Christianity. Welcome to Christianity.
I didn't know that you sipped that hard for a year.
Come on, baby. Come on, man.
Wow, come on.
Just
Shape.
I'm literally your neighbor on this app right now.
We are running a special this week. We are running a conversion special.
You need to love me.
We're running a conversion
You need to
special.
love me.
It's a 1-year program with introductory price.
Do you love me?
Yeah. No, we're running a conversion special, Shape. Do you want to participate in it?
Do you love me, baby? I'm your neighbor. I'm literally beside you on the little square on the app. I'm right here. I'm literally your neighbor.
And in more ways than one, too.
Look to the left, baby. I am your neighbor.
I'm actually on the top left.
I would be.
No, I am next to him.
Hey, stop with the supremacy.
No supremacy. I refreshed my screen. I refreshed my screen to you're in the lower right.
Everyone's always to the lower right of you guys. Okay. Always to the.
They are. Listen, Faggot. I just want to know how butthurt is it here? They're going to send you in here, and then an anonymous, that's probably Ghost, recording our rooms to play it. Tell him to get used to. If he wants $1,000, then I'll stop hosting rooms in his house. But I'm gonna keep hosting them every single fucking day. Cause you bullies, you losers, you don't frighten me. You don't scare any Jews on this app. And it's good that you bullies get bullied.
Your voice cracked when you said that.
It's good that you bullies get bullied.
Did you notice your voice cracked? Did you notice your voice cracked?
No, my voice is yeah.
I'm your neighbor.
That's very entertaining.
Why don't you call him Bobby? Why do you call him BB instead of
Listen, I don't live beside you in a Etobicoke shape.
How do you know I live in Etobicoke?
Because I know everything about you, broke ass. Fucking bum.
Wait, what did he say?
Tried to lie to say in Unionville.
What a joke.
Good evening.
Clown.
I dare you to come visit me.
Don't reveal our secret powers, BB. Don't dare me. Don't reveal our secret powers.
You know what I could dare? BB, was this another Christmas miracle?
To have you in the room, yeah.
Did you?
Quoting Rabbi Hillel?
Would you sing a Christmas song with me? Silent night. Oh, he knows it. Yes, yeah. Come on.
You
did another one.
You know why?
We got another one.
Nearly all of the Christmas songs you hear on the radio were written by Jews.
I'm not even entertain. This guy's a loser, anti-Semite, and he LARPs and pretends to have like light and all that.
But I want to get this out there. I know,
Him and his douchebag wife, like they're just scum.
I have a good conversation with them. Okay, but all of these Christmas carols that you hear on the radio, they are primarily written by Jewish people in the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
Not that one, though.
Not that one, but I said most of the ones you hear on the radio.
I think they're butthurt. And I like the fact, I actually love the fact that John Kitover opens up live YouTube channels airing that anti-Semitic terror room every day. It's amazing. I aired that in this room today. It's fucking fun.
Telling you, Kitover has many.
Here he is. Here's the man.
Talents. He's got many understated talents. Don't sleep on Kitover. This guy's got.
I used to think there was something going on upstairs, but now I realize there's something going upstairs that's good.
To my friends to find out what's going on downstairs.
I'm not touching downstairs.
You see though how butthurt they were? Like Ghost came in to sit at the bottom to record. Shape came on stage to try and get us going, so that they can bring back content because their room's not doing well. Because they made a fatal mistake, right? For 2 years they held their room at Amir's house, and then their room got shadow banned. Then the idiots, instead of opening their room and being patient and putting it in the room chat, because they have 10,000 people in their house, all they had to do is room is open. Put a link. I understand you couldn't put a link for 2 days, but people would have checked and they click on the house and it shows the live room. They got impatient because they're dying for fucking thirsting clout. So they did it. They opened up World something forum. BB and the chosen ones decided to do the smart one and use the house that's readily available on your house. And now everybody comes to this house. And they're so choked and hurt by it. It's amazing. Oh, Butternutter, what's going on, girl? But yeah, they're all like, yeah.
Butternutter?
That's it. Butternutter. But anyways, they're so butthurt. What?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the Christmas carols were written by Jews. Why did Jews write? What was the motivation for Jews writing Christmas carols?
To write a nice song. Bengals business. You ever heard of music business?
Yeah, they were. Some of them were commissioned. Some of them were, were done without payment, and then they were shopped around and they got payment. It was just.
Why not write a nice Christmas song?
Yeah, I mean they were done in a time when it was sort of much more secularized. The Christmas holidays, so like earlier in the last century, it was a little different when they were writing those songs. So,
Well, what's the question?
Okay, so my question. So
I
that
found an article about it.
so that was. I don't know how to be more direct than the question, but I'll elaborate on why I asked the question because
Go ahead.
if you have a belief system.
Yes.
And your everything is contingent upon that belief system.
Everything is not contingent on the belief system.
And that's a problem, right? Because we're
No, it's
killing
not a
people. Well, from my perspective, it is a problem.
Hold on.
Our
Butternutter,
belief
that's my
system-
favorite question. I need to talk to you privately.
Our belief
Butternutter.
system is a problem for you. Your belief system isn't a
Okay,
problem
fine.
for me.
So here,
Why do you care about our belief system?
And so, thank you for. I am concerned about just the existence that I'm in and all the controversies and contradictions that I see around me, regardless of you being.
Okay, what are some of those?
Or all, it doesn't matter what all those things
But
are,
what do
like eating meat. Like, for example, eating meat
Yeah.
as opposed to
Eating meat?
Can I, every fifth word, every fifth
Trying
word,
to catch you spoke.
every fifth
Yeah.
word, you're distracted.
Go ahead.
And I didn't even ask you
So
a question.
your contradictions and concerns, like eating meat.
So I'm not even entertain answering you when I'm trying to finish my answer to him.
Right.
Can I?
Don't worry, we're gonna get you there. We're gonna get you there. Don't feel
I don't
pressure.
need y'all
You're in a
asking a specific question for a specific person.
You're in a safe space.
Conversation, yeah.
We're having it. This is the conversation.
We should not be having it. I asked him to it.
Well, that's not what we're
I put an article on the top which you can read. Kaya?
Huh?
Put an article at the top which you can copy the link and read it later, and it talks about the Jews who wrote those songs.
And I appreciate that you gave me that insight, because I didn't know that insight, but I don't know. It was almost like the person who was, who introduced the songs was making a mockery of the fact that this is no Jewish celebration. But no,
it was a Christian who introduced. No, it was a Christian person who said that.
I know. If you follow what I'm saying, I'm not inconsistent. He was mocking the idea of, I think someone Jewish came up and said jingle bells or some shit like that, and he said, "We know what that's. Why would you do something like that?" And then you came up and said, "Well, you know, Jewish people wrote most of that shit," and that's the crux. And that's correct. My mind. No, not Jewish.
Can I ask you a question, Kaya?
What question?
Kaya, do you really think the songs are shit? I think some songs are great.
With the way I'm thinking about this, how many recipes with pork are Jewish recipes?
I don't think any.
0.
That's consistent, right? But
I beg your pardon?
that would be consistent. If Jewish people are responsible for a plethora, if not all,
There's a Jewish law against writing.
Here's the link.
I can make a link. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so the link is, I'll summarize the article very quickly. There's a huge history of cantoral or singing in temple, right? And there's a lot of melodies that go back thousands of years, and a lot of Jews know them. A lot of them you may even know, but don't realize that they're Jewish. So we have a lot of composing traditions. So, when there was a need, we'd find a way to fill it, and it shouldn't be a threat to anyone. The music's great. We're not saying that, we weren't even imparting our values into these musics. They're actually, when you hear them, you think about them, it's like, oh, let it snow. Like, yeah, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It's nice. It's like literally stuff that happens in the winter, and you can go through it. Yeah, White Christmas, yeah. White Christmas, it's like, yeah, somebody wrote a song about it. You happen to be Jewish. Like,
It wasn't necessarily to Jesus being born or the celebration of Jesus being born.
I don't think Jesus was born on Christmas, was he?
Because it was a great jingle, and so people applied it to that part of the season. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be. And tell me if I'm wrong here, and I don't mean this to sound as aggressive as I do, but are you
A Black Hebrew Israelite? Yes.
No, that's not where I was going. Are you offended that Jews wrote these songs that are very popular?
I want to understand why I am inundated with contradictions and conflictions. And so when they rise up, I question it. So I don't have any particular
I think the more you learn,
particular interest in direction.
So the more you learn about the Jewish tradition, the more you'll see that this is perfectly normal. It's perfectly normal, and it fits within our framework.
I would say those songs are secular.
Yeah, they're completely secular.
And Christian,
Can I tell you something that I'm working on?
Oh yes, that's
Daniel is writing some great music.
Like it's not final, but I will play.
Are you doing Ramadan jingles?
No.
About you those who never bend. Use their flags, ignore their calls, while silence echo down the halls. We saw our children torn and burned. That's the last what we hadn't learned. Truth was bleeding on the floor, but you kept scrolling, wanting more. You let the fire in your schools. Disguise as justice fed by fools. You gave it space, you gave it name. Now I wonder why it speaks in flame. You thought it only burned out head, but now it's writing on your head. You let the fire in the day, and now it's rising through the floor. They came with slogans, not with peace, but knives behind their printed sheets. We cheered their marches in the street, while they erased the air you breathe. We warned you not in hate or pride, but you stood watching from the side. Now your own voice is wrapped in fear, and truth is what you won't let hear. You let the fire in your lungs. Set friends when it rewrote the cause. You call us cruel, you call us blind. But now the smoke has reached your mind. You thought the fire was yours, but fire never knows the door. You lit the spark, and now you see hates the door.
Well,
I'm not final yet. Thank you.
we need a rap song, Daniel, please.
A good
Street time request.
A rap song?
A rap song.
About what?
I don't know. The same topic area, you know?
All right.
Thanks. See how well it raps.
But the same singer, right? Or different singer?
No, maybe a man, you know.
And man, I don't do man.
Yeah, I would beg to differ. I don't think you really do that.
So I like the feel. Well, I can try it.
I don't know, whatever you want. Yeah, I like Queen Latifah.
But like move on, I would tell you like it or not like it.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
To that, I'd love to hear mariachi.
Hey, Teddy.
So funny. I was just messaging him right now. I was gonna let you know. Yeah, I swear to God, I was just about to message him saying that he can't be trusted, and how he's done. So weird. Then I heard you say, "Hey, Teddy." I don't know what.
Well, I just saw. I say hello to them.
Like you should always be able to, have a little bit of trust in somebody, but somebody that goes around and does the shit you do, it's like such snaky shit, bro. And then you complain that I don't know, it's just weird.
did I do now? Question's laughing at me.
Fuck your mom. Go to.
Is this Muhammad?
Fuck Israel.
Oh, okay. Hold on. That's 10 million people. Do you think you can handle that?
Do you have anything else? Do you have anything else?
We need better material. We require better material.
Where are you from? Pakistan or India?
I'm Egyptian.
You're Egyptian.
You remember 1973?
So
I don't even have any dogs.
73?
why do you
Fuck Israel.
Yeah, wait, hold on. See, the issue with the 73 is they still teach in the Egyptian schools that you guys won. Do you know that? Maybe?
Hitler was.
Okay, wait, we don't.
Hitler was.
everybody listening with this means
Hitler.
Hold on, I just want to show you something so I can do the same thing. Your mother sucks cock. She's a whore. If you guys spent as much time as you did hating Jews into raising your children to love themselves and invest time in their future, you wouldn't be in this situation.
Children loving themselves is an example of that. Is them killing other people for no reason.
What do you mean?
Good children. We have a rule for how to raise good children, and those children are being raised to kill other people mercilessly. Are those good children? I'm just asking. Is that the rule of thumb? Is that the measure of a good child?
Are you trolling right
Why don't we all just celebrate Christmas, okay?
No, I'm just curious. Are you trolling?
You said so. I don't believe that anybody has rule over how they raise children and what is a good child and what determines a good child. Because what?
If you invest time in your children and children's future, and you teach them. Okay, are you gonna shut your fucking trap?
Where is the example of a good child?
An example of a good child is how you raise your children. So if you're a good parent, if you're a good parent,
example, a good child turn to a good
so
child.
if you're a good parent and you raise your children to have values, core values,
does that reflect adults?
Oh my God, this person's a child. I fucking lost my patience for dummies on this app. Like these people are just so dumb. It's a fucking lunch. It's so sad. What happened? What?
Shit, you couldn't answer me. Who's dummy?
What are you talking about? Listen, you know who wins the fight with an idiot? Only another idiot. I'll never win with you because you're dumb.
Thank you. That's a good child being raised.
Impossible.
Got it.
It's impossible to win an argument with you because you're dumb.
You are an example of a child, a good child who was raised into a very strong, positive adult. I get that part. And so we're expecting people to think like you, and that's an example of a child being raised right. Perfect.
So tell me, how did you come up with that?
Who is suggesting that you have the rule of thumb for how to raise a good child?
I did. Invest more in your child's education. Teach your child to love.
Do you have children? Yeah.
Yes, I have 10 of them.
It hasn't worked? It hasn't
I
worked.
have 10 of them. They're all great children.
You have 10 of them?
Yes.
And how do you measure their greatness?
I see that they do selfless acts.
Was that
not looking for recognition. They do it because they want to do it to feel good for themselves. They don't do it out of recognition.
First off, you lie. But secondly, is that the measure of?
How did I lie? You don't even know me. How did I lie?
Selflessness, is that the greatest of a child? Selflessness.
Yes.
Because we all should be poor. We all should be poor.
Why should we be poor? Just because you grew up. Just because you are poor. Why should everybody else be poor?
Anybody who was doing good is not selfless.
Not feel alone.
Anybody who's doing good is not selfless. Anybody who's not doing this. Anybody who's eating meat is not selfless. Anybody who's fucking eating.
Why? What's wrong with
herbs is not selfless. Oh, come on. Let's not get particular.
Why not?
Let's get particular. You have to question what is a good person.
What's the problem with it? Okay, listen, douchebag. I'm gonna jump you if you're not gonna have a conversation. So tell me, let's go step by step, because I know your fucking like retarded mind doesn't understand. What's the problem with eating meat?
I haven't called a name yet.
That's okay. That's you. That's me. We're different. Listen, you fucking chimp. What's the problem with eating meat? You fucking chimpanzee. What's the problem with eating meat?
You get to the meat.
You fucking circus animal. What's the problem with eating meat?
Get to the meat. That's the problem.
What? Pardon?
Can you not hear me? It's how you get to the meat.
No, you keep going in and out of the matrix. So
no, I didn't. What's the problem with eating meat?
Probably because you have fucking like Wi-Fi like stolen. But go ahead.
What's the problem with eating meat?
She's trying to say that it equates to being a bad person.
Something about getting there? I didn't understand.
No. Because she's in and out of the matrix because she steals her Wi-Fi. And I heard her say something about eating herbs only makes you good. I don't understand.
The human body wasn't meant to survive just without protein.
That's why we have like protein.
Okay, I have it. I'm not loving it, but.
Is this the rap song?
Yeah, like.
No, but we bring us finished products.
I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would just rate the best one, but I don't think any of them are good.
That's fair.
I don't think it's rappy enough.
Well, you gotta do like.
Violence. You lit a match, call it peace. About the those who never see. You raise the flags, ignore your call. What silence echoed in your heart?
Yeah, that's the style. And it kind of stays in this rhythm, but I'll try now in New York.
Yeah, hardcore rap.
No, you gotta feed it the right word. So the style, you gotta put New York City hip hop. Biggie Smalls.
They said rap, not hip hop.
Well, rap is hip hop.
Well, hip hop came out of rap.
But you cannot say like Biggie Small and.
Yeah, you can. Are you using Sunu?
Type. You said Biggie Smalls type.
I put Biggie Smalls, and then I put New York City hip hop. Biggie Smalls, and it comes out fucking wild.
Let's see. Alright, I play it as I get it because I don't have the energy moment. 3, 2, 1.
You lit a match and called it peace. But bow to those who never cease.
That's it.
You raised their flags, ignored their calls, but silence echoed in your halls. Echoed in your halls. You saw our children torn and burned. It's still like we hadn't learned. We hadn't learned. Truth was bleeding on the floor, but you kept scrolling wanting more. You let the fire in the school. Let the lights become the room. You gave them out of the mic. You let a match and go to peace. But God those who never sleep. You raise the flags and know the calls of silence echoed in your home. You saw our children torn and burned, still that's what we had to learn. Truth was bleeding on the floor, but you control them wanting more. You let the fire in the school. Let the light become cool. You gave them out to save a mic. You gave them mic, and now you're scared to speak at night. At night, you thought the fire burned the land. Now it's glowing in your hand. You let it in your praise spark. Now watch them play course. They came with slogans, not with peace. Not behind the printed sheets. You chanting marches in the street. Why did he raise the air you breathe?
Yeah, I'm not loving you too much.
On the sky, they won't put stuff in here.
I like it.
You had the fire in your lungs.
Change it right now. add West Coast.
No, but I need to also work on the lyrics a bit. I'm working on the lyrics also.
Are all your lyrics with the same sort of prompt about the topic here?
West Coast Tupac Shakur.
Butter.
It might sound.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey,
What do you think of the song?
But I like the original one with the female voice.
what song?
That she. Which one was this one?
You lit a match with good intent, but to those who never bend, you raise their flags, ignore their calls, while silence echoed down your hall. We saw our children torn and burned, just to last what we hadn't learned. Truth was bleeding on the floor, but you kept scrolling, wanting more. You lit a fire in your schools, disguised as justice fed by fools.
Your religion of hate.
You gave it space, you gave it name. Now I wonder why it speaks in flame. He thought it only burned alone, but now it's writing on your head. You left the fire in the dark, and now it's rising through your throat. They came with slogans, not with peace, like knives behind their printed sheets. We cheered their marches in the street, while they erased the air you breathe. We warned you not in hate or pride, but you stood watching from the side. Now your own voice is wrapped in fear. The truth is what they won't let hear. You lit the fire in your lungs, then fence when it rewrote the cause. You called us cruel, you called us blind, but now the smoke has reached your mind. You thought the fire was yours.
She sounded like one tired. Anyway, still work on this. And I don't like the guy talking. Sorry, I didn't connect to the rapping.
You didn't what?
I didn't connect to the rapping.
That last one sounded like a Bond film.
But I have mariachi. You can do mariachi, Daniel?
No, it's the first work on the lyrics. The lyrics are not good enough. Like some of them are a bit stupid.
He's like a trained monkey. After mariachi, can you do opera?
Why not?
I need to know this time because I need to know this time and investigate it a bit.
It's very German that way.
No, like so I'll be accurate. Otherwise, I write rap and then I let it it's kind of like a raffle. Like I don't know what I get. Usually, I try to get a bit more specific.
Genres. I'd love to hear what your talents are in other genres besides rap. And
What?
Why don't you play that haunting song?
What is the haunting song?
The one in Arabic?
The people of Gaza.
Yeah, that song
didn't you
is.
just listen to a haunting song though?
You know, this one's even more haunting. The music and
the music is beautiful, but without the lyrics, it's hard to understand.
Haunting song, region of the world.
No, it's not a haunting. It's like it's a message to the people of Gaza, basically.
And when I said haunting, I meant the wailing of the singer. The type of music is very like in a haunting style.
It's haunting. But why does haunting music only come from one region of the world? That's why
It doesn't. No, it comes from all over.
Do a haunting mariachi.
That I've never heard. But you can go into Sonu. You should go into Sonu and try that out.
Yes.
He's just doing this in Sonu. Not just, but he's quite accomplished at it.
Can you do
That is really impressive. From the what?
The Orient?
From the Orient.
All I'm hearing is haunting songs and rap songs. It's all
Okay, so Orient. Here, this is Orient.
Do you know what the word Orient means?
Well, it could mean like either Eastern.
I was just kidding.
Which is Eastern.
No, I like this one.
نسمعني نطلعكم نحس بنار قلوبكم لكن من يسرق صوتكم يخفى الحقيقة عن دربكم تعيشون تحت الحصار لكن القيد مش من الديار من معكم باسم الدين هو من غرس فيكم السكين انتم مش أعداء لكن في نار ما هي نار في من يحكم باسم الدم ويبني المجد على الوهم نحلم ليكم بالسلام بس مش على حساب الحق التام ندافع مش لأننا ننكر بل حتى ولادنا ما يصرخوا ليش الانفاق مش مدارس ليش الأمل صار بس مراسم وين راح الخبز والماء ضاعوا بسرقات الجبنة شفنا صورة الجد موت وطفل ماسك بيده تابوت بس لسه نحلم بالأمان لكم ولنا في هالأوطان انتم مش أعداء لكن في نار ما هي نار في من يحكم باسم الدم ويبني المجد على الوهم نحلم ليكم بالسلام بس مش على حساب الحق التام ندافع مش لأننا ننكر بل حتى ولادنا ما يصرخوا مين علم الفكرة مين علم البنت تفجر مين يفرح لما تموت ويصور الموت كأنه صوت انتم مش أعداء بس الحقيقة لازم تنكر الحرية مش بالكراهية والشهادة بالتضحية بقى نحزن على كل الضحايا لكن ما نمشي ورا الحكاية افتحوا العين شوفوا مين معهم وكل سنين من هالغزال نحن نراكم ونرجو لكم حياة من نور مشلول
Very good. I love that song.
Daniel, then I got some comments about that. I'm a diehard fan of Turkish music, kind of like that. The thing that bugged me in the pitch of the voice. I cannot stand it. It's just too bright in these
You're in the Matrix.
Am I still Matrix?
You said you like Turkish songs, and then we missed you.
So I watch Turkish soap operas, and there's a couple of them where music like that it just resonates with me. It sounds more Egyptian. I kind of like it a lot. What I don't like is that high ass. It's just it's old. It's really old. Something more something rough, a little rougher. Might be better. It's just
like more mature.
It's just it's
like an uncle you want.
I mean the kid ass pictures that whole
why Chaya, your internet is really like you're coming in and out. You're in the Matrix. But I heard the most of it, but just the end not.
Yeah, no, it was just the pitch, the high end.
Okay.
I mean, she's got a pretty voice, but geez, how many times can we hear that voice? Like for example, Celine Dion, she had a more earth toned voice. That high ass pitch is just so it's the default. And the default is just old as fuck to me. The melody behind it is classic, it's gold as fuck, and I love it. It's just bring her pitch down a lot.
And you should understand the words. I mean, the words actually are the key here.
So from what part of the Middle East is that song from?
It is. What do you mean from what part of the Middle East is this song for? It is to the people of Gaza.
Gaza, Israel type area, and Egypt and Turkey kind of share the same sound, is what I'm understanding now.
It is like a bit of Egyptian sound, but yes, it's a bit of Egyptian pronunciation.
It comes from that region, absolutely do. I wish it were more music, and more, well, they don't have movies that come from that region very often here, but again, I'm tapped into a Turkish channel, so I get it more often than I should, than most Americans do, and I appreciate that. So I love the background music 100,000%. It's that squeaky ass voice that I can't stand anymore. It's just so old. We need some more Celine Dion-ish. Even a little too high. You just bring that octave down.
Where are you from? Hello.
Question?
Where are you from?
I'm in America. United States.
Okay.
The stuff from some of the Turkish songs I cannot stand go like this.
What was the name? You know Mujda?
I cannot stand the screaming. It's too high. It is screaming. She wasn't screaming. She was singing, and I appreciate her vocal skills. But it's just the octave. It's just so outdated. And yeah, that.
But each one is a bit different style. Yeah. This one was specifically for Arabs, so it was in Arabic and Arab style.
Heard some songs in Turkey spoke sung at a high pitch, and that same song being sung by a woman who has a lot more girth, and the girth feels better than that high pitch. That high pitch is just it's done. It's played out.
You're done.
What's the name of the title of the room, Shabak Shabih? Yakub. Yakub Habibi.
It's like, I guess, we didn't put the title, but yes, I mean, it's time for Gaza to surrender, and the radicals needs to be stopped, and we need to kind of go back to civilization.
So this title is good for or bad for us?
What is for us?
For Palestine, for Israeli.
Gaza need to first surrender so we can end this and we can move on. No, you don't think so?
So you guys want peace with Palestine?
We always wanted to be part. That's not the issue. Yeah.
47. I don't know. Israeli people probably they need peace, but your government, Netanyahu,
need it. They want it. Yeah, it's not about the government.
There's nothing about he don't need no peace.
No, unfortunately, the reality, and we know it right now, so we can stop with the game. Israel always wanted peace. Palestinians never wanted peace.
I don't know. Israeli people they looking for peace.
And the Palestinians never wanted peace. Palestinians are saying it now.
How you know?
Because first of all, they say it. Okay, they say that this is what they never say that they want peace. Okay, they always say that they wanna eradicate Israel.
No, it's not true. Probably some Palestinians they look.
So which one is calling for peace? Which why is it not happening?
Okay, in Palestine, in village of Ramallah, why are they looking for peace? Probably, I don't know, Gaza, they're looking for peace too, because Gaza, you guys destroy Gaza.
Now maybe they want peace, so for this they need to surrender. This is what happens usually in wars, like the Nazis at the end, they admitted defeat, they surrender, and then they could start rebuilding Germany, demilitarize it, and kind of rebuild it. And Gaza just doesn't surrender because it gets a lot of help from the West to keep them alive.
Gaza, they have floods there.
Yes. Well, they had a flood for a day. This is how the weather is in the Middle East. It comes for like a day or two. It's not constant. And the reason they have floods, yes, of course, there was a war, but also they don't have drainage, they don't have pipes, because they take out the pipes and turn them into rockets. I mean, this is the problem. Hamas is a cancer. They need to go out, and Palestinians, if there is something called Palestinian resistance, they should fight against the occupiers, which are Hamas and many others, not Israel. But Palestinian resistance is a code name to eradicate Jews. If a true resistance, they would fight Hamas.
There's a lot of messed up those days going on. I don't know about that. I don't know what's going on.
Listen, Israel left Gaza in 2005. And then, there was elections. The Americans supervised to make sure it's democratic elections. And they elected Hamas that instead of creating Gaza.
Nice, but Israeli government they look into occupation Gaza again.
So you say that we left Gaza in 2005 because we wanted to occupy it. I mean, Arabi, it doesn't. I mean, really, enough of this. We know what's up. We really tried, and at the end, 7th of October really opened our eyes, and I think it's time that you guys also face reality. The blockade, all the walls. This is a necessity. It's not something that we want. Those are people that want to massacre us, and they do it all the time. By the way, still every day almost. There's like a terror attack or like throwing rocks at Kayak. But we know.
Brother, I'll be back. Okay, because I'm the child.
Okay. בוקר טוב.
מה אני?
בסדר.
בסדר, זה טוב לשמוע את הקול שלך.
מי אתה ברט?
מה, אתה לא זוכר אותי?
לא, אתה לא שם, אתה לא מופיע, אתה לא בא...
I just came back online and I've been off.
Okay.
I'm traveling. It's nice to listen to your logic again. Nice to listen to you speaking to a brick wall, man.
I'm not sure it's a brick wall. Like he didn't give me the automatic responses. Listen, people that I don't know exactly who he is, but if he's like from the area, then he might know better than most of the so-called pro-Palestinians that don't know shit, because they don't live with the consequences. They don't live it. They just read about it. So he might know the shitty things that they're doing.
I don't know. I came back online 2 days ago and I went straight into Amir's group.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just to hear their take on what happened in Bondi. Because all my family are in Sydney, in Bondi. They were there when it happened. And man, it's exactly what I expected. It was organized by Mossad. The terrorist wasn't really Muslim. He was a Jew trained by the IDF.
Listen, I can create a ChatGPT that I will give it a story, and you will create the proper response to it. It's very easy. It's like to doubtful, basically. Doubtful. How do you call it? Deflect. Also, there's a technique like this. Hold on. Doubtful.
I'm just sick of it, Daniel.
Deny, attack, reverse victim offender. This is maybe they deny it, and then they basically reverse it. So we are basically, this is like a technique that they do a lot.
מה לנו בארץ על זה שקרה בסידני? זה מנהל?
ברור. כאילו, זה היה, אתה יודע, זה מתקפה עלינו, לכולנו, כאילו.
Well, this is what Amir was saying, that Bibi is responsible because Bibi is speaking on behalf of the Jews, blah, blah, blah. And I said, Bibi is not speaking on behalf of the Jews. I don't understand, he's responsible. He's responsible. Blamed it on the Palestinians, the Bibi. And I said, Bibi didn't blame it on the Palestinians. He blamed it on the fact that the Australian government recognized the Palestinian state when they were screening gas for Jews in Sydney. It's like...
legitimizing Canada, gave them rope.
Yeah.
They normalized it more and more and more. Yes, and this is what happens.
This guy in the group here, Teddy, sitting downstairs there, at the bottom. He's one of them. Arguing with Teddy, you can see him in the bottom of the room. English twat. They're on the side of the twat listening, Fuck. I'm sick of these bastards. You have a lot more patience than me, man. You're non-emotional.
Listen, at the end, it will collapse, okay? The entire thing is based on lies, and at the end, it's meant, most of it is amplified in order to destabilize, like the West. The other players, except the pro-Palestinians, that are benefiting from the polarization and this destabilization of and it's happening everywhere. Like, look, it's happening everywhere. And at the beginning, we said, the West is next. And I think that people don't really get it. But the West is not even next, it's now.
But it's happened before. I mean, this is saying the West is next. It happened before October 7th in the West.
No, what is happening right now, not just with attacks on Jews, but the entire, like, the violence, the riots, the radicalization of the population, like it's happening in the UK, it's happening in Iceland, in Ireland. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I disagree with you, Daniel. I think, personally, I need to admit, but I think I don't see a future for Israel and the world because of basic demographics. I don't see any way around it, Daniel.
Well, I think there will be a clash of basically of realities. This made-up reality and the other one. There's a silent majority. We see the very violent and loud minorities, but at some point there will be a pushback because this movement doesn't know. It's always hungry. It cannot be satisfied. It consumes everything, and I think they slowly and surely they are kind of pushing the line and starting to getting a pushback, which then they double down, which will get a stronger pushback. It could end in civil, like small civil wars or civil wars in different places. But Israel is not alone here because there is truth, there is like morality, there is like, I do see also in comments on Twitter, like, we're not alone, okay, saying that this entire Free Palestine movement for what it is, not just us. Many, many people say it.
I agree with you, but it doesn't make sense to me how the future, I'm talking, let's say 75 years, just based on demographics, Daniel, especially in countries like Australia, in most of Europe, there's no turning around from this because
of what? Massive population?
Yeah, I'm talking about.
So let me tell you this: if Australia becomes a majority Muslim population,
I'm not saying majority. I'm not
a large minority.
Even if it's 30%. Yeah.
Okay, large minority. That would be more like Australia would feed more than Israel.
What do you mean?
And I think that once it will start to happen, I think there would people that would want to preserve their societies, their civilization, and there might be a bigger pushback than is allowed today. The Overton window might shift if it will be seen as a threat.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, and I've heard the argument. But if you think, for example, if you look at the government of Israel, right, the far right, the religious groups, right, they send the rabbis say, okay, you go and vote for this guy, okay? And the same in Australia, the same in Canada, the same saying, you go and vote for this politician. So even if I don't see any way to turn this around. I know there's still more Christians in Europe than, say, Muslims, but I don't know, man.
This is why I said that it might come to civil war. Because they would use the demographic and, basically this is the entire thing that they are exploiting all the, I would call it weaknesses of Western societies, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, democracy, voting, all that, in order to basically take those values down. So I do think that at some point there will be like countermeasures. I don't know exactly what, but I think that at the end democracies will have to fight for their existence.
I think democracy, the only way to solve it is by shifting the democracy and going, unfortunately, the direction that Saudi Arabia, Bahrain have gone, whether, and that's scary. Because
which is what? In what way do they
well, a more fascist response. So, for example, in Saudi, Bahrain, they don't allow this kind of extremist talk, right? They could have stopped it. And that's a very strong Islamic. I mean, they're Islamic countries, right?
That's a problem. We don't want to become that. And the later the response, the harder would be the measure. Then yes, everybody would be affected by it. Like, because in a way, it's kind of like World War III that is happening, just not what we expected. Like it's coming differently because they know that militarily. And by the way, it's not just like the Islamists, it's also like China and Russia that are like participating in kind of framing this entire thing. Because militarily they cannot win, but they can do it exactly with the thing that makes the West different, which is democratic values.
Yeah, the mind, basically.
Multiculturalism, freedom of speech, all of that,
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying civil war is what we're looking forward to?
Hopefully, like there will be awakening, or maybe there will be like a country that quote unquote will fall and will act as a cautionary tale. I don't know. But I would worry for Israel less than the rest, to be honest.
See, I disagree. The future of Israel again between the. Sorry. Don't worry about it. I've got two more. It's fine. The problem I see in Israel is not just the Islamic demographic, but also the far right demographic, the religious demographic. You combine the two of those, I don't see a future for you in Israel.
But the voting is not rising.
You act as though the Jews didn't see this from a million miles away. It's sort of funny. Like you're just waking up to this.
And listen, and I just want to tell you one thing about Israel. Israel is a Jewish democracy, and those two values, in a way, also contradict each other in a way. But we are always like on the. I said it once, and I liked it, on the hyphen between the Jewish and the democratic. Okay, this is where Israel is, on the hyphen. So if something will shift, we will balance it some other way, okay? Like, for example, now they don't want to participate in the army. There are talks of like, okay, so maybe you will lose your right to vote if you are not participating in, technology Israel and don't want to, whatever.
They can't do that. They can't do that because of the voting power.
Right. What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying that the religious side in Israel, they have a strong voting power because they say to vote for one person, so...
No, it doesn't matter. They still have like two parties that they divide between the Ashkenazim and the Sfaradim, and together they're like less than 10% of the, I think now like 10% of the coalition, maybe. I think I remember like
20%. Shai saying 20%.
20, okay, because they are polls all the time. So maybe 20% of the Knesset seats, I don't remember exactly how many. So, I mean, they could form a coalition without them also, a government without them. Or not respond to whatever they want. I mean, at the end, there will not be 60, and no one will fall in, no one will cave in, because Israel are very vocal.
What's the percentage of Shai? אני ישראלי, אני חצי ישראלי, חצי אוסטרלי. What's the percentage of Arabs in Israel?
Say 20%.
So 20% Arabs, 20% religious?
Yeah, but they don't necessarily vote for like the Arab parties because they don't see them as representing them.
Okay. You know better than me because you're there, I think. So.
Or not all of them vote.
I don't know, אני קצת מפחד. אני אגיד לך.
No, I mean, worst case, there will be a separation in Israel to Israel and Yehuda.
Well, there's been a separation in Israel for the last 10 years now.
No, like an actual, like if this would happen, but I don't think it would happen because at the end, the religion religious, they don't want to serve the military and don't want to work. Like they cannot sustain a country. In no way, shape, or form. And they're not Zionists also, most likely, at least the majority of them. So,
yeah, the irony.
They could always leave and go somewhere else, like.
Yeah, where?
Yeah, I don't know, somewhere else that will provide for them like money and free schools and free education and free food and free whatever.
Yeah, send them to Rwanda.
I don't know, the religious people in New York are able to have a religious lifestyle and go to work and provide for their families. Like, it is possible. Just in Israel, it seems like it's you have to like be 24/7 devoted to the entire population.
No, but they say they're working, Daniel. They say they're working all day, right? By praying.
I hate to say it, but it takes a certain kind of schnorrer to do that.
But you're born into it. Like this is like the entire community is like based on this. Like it's about controlling people. It's about amount of people. You have like heads, then you put them into your schools, your education system. Everything is like it's like almost like an autonomies, you know. If something happens, you don't report to the police. You go to like your police, your court, your whatever. You close things within.
I just realized you're a moderator in Amir's house. How does that happen?
It's a hostile takeover, occupation, Zionist occupation.
Thank you for inviting. I will give you the Vermont state number. Who wanted to talk with me?
Yeah.
What was all of that?
I don't know. My mistake.
I blame you, Daniel.
Yeah. Easy target.
I want Teddy to come up. He's chicken shit sitting in the bottom of the room. He was all talk yesterday.
With chicken shit.
Teddy.
Let's say something scary. He's afraid of the Jew.
Where is he from? Teddy?
He's English. He's very anti-Israel and.
He's a British Jew hater.
Yeah. He's literally a Jew hater, man. Yeah.
I love British that are talking about calling us colonials.
No, honestly, Daniel, all Muslims.
Muslims in the UK, like Aziz calling us colonial, will probably be steady.
Funny.
It's funny because when I talk about history, historical facts, and they forget the Ottomans and like hypocrisy. Anyway, he'll be 39 in London, man.
It's a bit of amnesia.
No, the entire cause is about stealing Jewish identity and Jewish history and Jewish, like whatever happened to us and kind of basically trying to appropriate it. This is why the genocide, they actually believe their own lies. So they have this lie that Jews received a state because of the Holocaust, okay? Like I don't know, like a complimentary prize. So they say, okay, if Holocaust equals a state, we need to organize our own Holocaust. So they made up like these genocide claims, hoping, and it actually kind of works for them. You know, Australia recognizing Palestine, the other like weak leaders, I don't know where, recognizing Palestine.
It's not just them, Daniel. You know, just after October 7th in front of the Opera House in Sydney, before Israel entered Gaza, they were screaming gas for Jews, they were calling genocide, blah, blah, blah. Before Israel responded.
I know. When there was still, I think it was like on the 10th of October, there was still jihadists, Nukhba terrorists on our land at this point.
Exactly. I mean,
but then but the police said something. They didn't say gas the Jews. They said, where's the Jews? Where's the Jews? Yes.
No, they said Jews, man. They said,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like either like, okay, what's the difference?
Nothing. I'm sick of it, Daniel. As I said before, you're very calm. You know, I listened to your debate months ago, and you're very calm. You remain calm. I'm sick of it. You know, like Daniel, just so you know, right? I'm in a little place called a little island called Phu Quoc, which is in the south of Vietnam, right? And at the end of my street, I'm in a little village, man, a tiny village with a few resorts in it. At the end of my street, there's a stop sign, and when I arrived, I saw Free Palestine. In the middle of nowhere, Daniel. You know, and I went and bought a black texture, and I rubbed it out with the texture. I went back the next day, and someone had wiped off when I covered it. And I just got back from Australia. I went for holiday in Australia. I came back with an Israeli flag, a sticker. And I put the sticker. It's still there. But in this little village, Daniel, in the middle of nowhere, man. Yeah. You know, I'm just over it. What, you know?
Country, bro?
I'm in Vietnam. Vietnam, man. It's not Vietnamese. It's Lefty. It's European. You know, Teddy, come up, man. Don't sit there writing your bullshit.
Although I did see a on-camera interview where somebody was walking down the street. There's that famous street in Saigon where the train is, I think it's Saigon, where the train goes right through the street, and like there's 4 inches on either side of the street. And this guy, when the train was there, was walking down the street, and he was somewhat visibly Jewish, and one of the stall vendors, which is unheard of, just started ripping into him. And other people were, it was really upsetting.
Vietnamese.
Yeah.
That's strange because I found most Vietnamese people are supporting.
In general they are. I was just surprised.
Yeah.
This was an OG.
Yeah, at the end, you see the violent radical minority.
It exists everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. This is what you see. Those that go and put graffiti, then you know it's one violent person that can, or like a group, that this is what they do, but it doesn't mean that this is like everybody. Just like a very violent minority.
I don't know if I should say my girlfriend's not Jewish because I wear a Star of David very high on my neck, especially to the Bondi, and she's worried about my safety. She says, take it off. And I said to her the other night, I said, honey, I can't live my life not being able to be myself, who I am, you know? But she's worried for me because I'm very vocal now. If some lefty comes up to me, I'm going to give them a mouthful. I haven't, you know.
Yeah, at the end, there is a value for all those that are exposing themselves. Because it will collapse at the end. And you know, people are taking sides, and either you are like, will be stained for falling for this bullshit like nonsense, or like, you know, I don't know how it will all end, because it will have to collapse. It will come too far, and people are very much invested, including like, you know, like governments and like medias and like organizations.
It's since the 70s, Daniel. You know, when you said like in the last few years in the West, it's since the 70s. Since the 1970s, these
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying that now there's like this boiling point that it's coming, like it accelerates very fast now.
It's coming to a beach near you.
Yeah, exactly. Like it looks like it's coming to an impact with something, like a collision.
Like a critical mass?
Like they're getting more and more, I mean, at the end they say that they will not stop until the eradication of Israel, okay? And you know, this is what they mean, but what they say.
So they also say that first they're coming for the Saturday people, and then they're coming for the Sunday people.
Exactly. Where do I leave the Buddhists?
But I think that the
they think of them as idol worshippers. They slaughter them at will. It's horrendous what they do to the Buddhist people.
I think that there were many people that kind of, maybe joined it during the war will kind of start saying that it's not about the Palestinians, it's not about the war, it's not about, because it goes on and it's about different stuff. The Eurovision nonsense that now like people are like boycotting the Eurovision. It's like the biggest like scam of all. Like this Nemo that during the war participated against Israel, and then the next year, because he was the winner, he came to participate as the last year's winner during the war, and then the next year, no one talks about him, the war is over, now he boycotts and returns his trophy. That's so obvious. Yes, it's so obvious. I mean, this entire thing has to collapse at some point. I don't know how many useful idiots it will take with them, because they're all like shamed. I mean, at the end, it's all public. Right now, they think they're on the right side, but at the end, I don't know how it will end, to be honest. I really don't.
This hatred for the Jews has nothing to do with Israel, man. That's pretty obvious. If it was, then we wouldn't have had all the pogroms before the existence of Israel. That's what I always say to lefties. What the fuck are you talking about? Not you, them. You know what I mean? There's nothing to do with Israel. It's just another reason now. Hate the Jews.
Now that we have a Jewish state, and instead of collectively talk about Jews, we will say Zionists, we will target Jews, and we are the only people that need to have this word Zionist. That means, hey, we have a right to exist. Like, the French don't have it, the Americans don't have it, even the Palestinians don't have it. We need to say, no, we believe that we have the right to exist. So, for self-determination.
How do you deal with Amir? Like, you're in his group a bit, right?
I go there. If I go there, I'm in the audience. I don't go on stage, and it's kind of like a zoo to me. It's like basically like visiting a zoo. Okay, it's entertainment for me because it's funny to me to see grown people like so low level believing those fantasies lying out of their heads. It's like. It's watching it like a safari, like watching like the animals and how they behave. But it's a bit entertaining, to be honest.
Dangerous animals.
No, they're not. They're all like those are like those are just immoral hyenas that are like kind of feasting on the dead. They're not brave or dangerous. They don't do the killing. They just feast on the killing.
They feed the killers, Daniel. They empower the killers.
Yeah, but they benefit from it. They enjoy the dead corpse. They feed from the dead corpse. The killers kill, but they also feast for them. So everybody's exploiting the Palestinians, and Palestinians were created as a tactical weapon against Israel, and everybody's using them. Their suffering is what is fueling their cause. This is why they were very upset when there was a ceasefire. This is now when there is a ceasefire, they're trying to kind of reignite it with all kinds of bullshit performances. Because they want to keep on the genocide and their like starvation. And now they're like rain dropping. This is the guy who wanted it?
Yeah, this is English guy,
Can you imagine this level of filth that this person allows himself to be covered in excrement like this? Teddy, you're quite an amazing fellow. Teddy, how do you wash the stink off you, Teddy? How do you wash the stink off you?
No, he has something to say, or just here to play Nazi propaganda, because we hear it in
I don't think he cares. He's coming
got nothing to say, Teddy. If you got nothing to say,
it's not propaganda. It's from the man himself.
Yeah, but I think that you're kind of proving our point that that you guys are all using the Palestinians, and it's all about land, it's all about justice, it's all about human rights. Yeah, the women and the children and the journalists and all the nonsense that you're spewing. You're just using them. And that is the sad reality of the Palestinians. You guys are the worst tragedy.
Hey, Teddy.
And we know it, so you can. So listen, and we know it, so we know who the real Nazis. So you can keep on blaming us, but at the end, you also know that you are like benefiting from Palestinian blood, and this is why you guys are a sick death cult of
Teddy.
Sociopath.
Teddy, I just want to say something to you on a level of morality if you're capable. Teddy, just give me 1 sec. Teddy, just give me 1 sec, man. We just Teddy, after the Bondi attack, I was watching on YouTube the interviews of rabbis in Sydney, right? And what was coming out of them now is the time for the Jewish nation to spread light to the world, not to have retribution, not to be angry. Don't you give any weight to that when you talk about morality of a reaction? Just been slaughtered in Sydney in huge numbers, and they come out and say, now is the time for the Jewish nation to spread light to the world. Use some logic, Teddy.
Right.
If you're going to take a side.
Right. This is what infuriates them. They know where the light to the world.
Okay,
Right. They know who we are. This is what motivates them. They are trying to block the light. They stand for the darkness. They kill their own children. They make their children into shaheeds.
But we're talking about Teddy here. We're talking about Teddy. We're talking about an English guy who's not Muslim. And he's taking a side. So he prefers to take the side you're talking about. Murder, killing, blah, blah, blah. Not the ones that are talking about peace. It doesn't make any logical sense to me, El.
Well, it's very difficult for you and I to understand the existence of evil in the world. We're strangers to it. And we don't accept it. We just think that, as Dan Sustain said, inside of every jihadi terrorist is a little Thomas Jefferson just waiting to come out. Might not be true. Inside of them might be anger, destruction, murderousness, in the name of whatever cause they think that they are serving.
I mean, look, come on. I'm not like the rabbis in Australia. I'm freaking angry, And people like that, these guys are the problems. It's not the Muslims for me. It's the ones that support them. They're the ones I'm freaking angry at,
I do know, Brett. And all I can say is that the rabbis remind us not to become like them.
Man, I'm not a practicing Jew. I'm a Jew. I'm a Zionist, but I remember a rabbi told me years ago when my first wife wanted to convert to Judaism. We went to an Orthodox rabbi, and I asked him. I said, "Why are the Jews called the chosen people?" And he goes to me, "Yes, it's true. We are chosen, but we are chosen for burden." And it stuck with me. That was 30 years ago. Chosen for burden.
They literally call it the yoke of the Torah, Brett.
But I don't. The chosen. Why people get offended by that? I don't know. Like Catholics, okay.
Because
you guys, you have a covenant with God. You guys have a covenant with God, and so you're chosen.
Yeah.
Catholics believe they have a covenant, and they're chosen. It's like I don't give a shit. Like and Muslims, of course, are going to believe that they have the true religion. That's fine. All three of us. I'm not religious, by the way, but they'll disagree with each other.
We can agree to disagree on it.
Yeah, so I don't really give a shit if you guys think you were the religion and the people of the covenant that want to shine shining beacon or light for all of the people.
Chosen for the yoke of the Torah. I mean, you don't see Jews going around saying, "Hey, I'm a Jew. I'm better than you." You don't hear us doing that.
No, exactly.
There's something like we think it, but we don't say it.
There's definitely. I have had experiences, and I mean, there's every hold on, Daniel. With every group, every group of people that exists, okay, including Jews, they do exist. And so I like, I'm not saying that's the average. It's like saying the average white man is racist when the average white man is not. But I think there's racist white men.
Yeah, but Pepe, you've been to Jewish rooms and you've been to the other side. And do you think that we're hallucinating?
Well, no, they just lie and gaslight.
So, I don't know. I didn't think so. They gotta make us think, okay, maybe we are different kind of people. Because from what it looks like, yes, we have different values, different standards of critical thinking, of how to even read and discuss things.
Yeah, I can't discuss things. Like, I go with Amir and I always take the same approach in his rooms and I like, what do we agree on? And some of the things are going to be things that are like, you know, a lot of Zionists might not even appreciate, but I'll build a bridge. And that's
it's
what
more like about pride of winning the debate, and it's about like exploring ideas or educating, or like, it's like winning a debate. So they can lie or they can omit in order to win.
Yeah, and that's why I don't know what else to say. Like, I can generally, I think Jews are easier to argue with because they're easier to corner, because if they're lying or if they're downplaying something, because they generally are not, they generally don't play as many games when talking with them. But with them,
they just say they're more honest.
Yeah, so they're more honest, and so there's like, they have no shame where it's like, oh yeah, I'm a liar. I'm just, yep, I'm lying to your face. Amazing. But I'm winning the debate, bro. And fuck the Zios. Like, that's their whole strategy. It's like, oh, okay. But I was going to say, I came up here because, like, I do think terrorists, what makes them dangerous is that I actually think some of them are highly moral people. Their moral compass is off, but what these people think they're doing is great. It is, in fact, the highest calling. It's for the greater good.
That's the problem.
For them, it's moral.
But this is the thing of what is a sociopath, okay? It's exactly
I know, that's different. Sociopaths don't have a sense of morality, whereas these people, you do get the true believers that do morally.
So if I go and I kill people and drink their blood because I believe it will help them or will bring them into a bigger reality, or that I'll bring them to heaven or whatever, I believe it. So that's okay.
Okay, but let's just say you had a religion, not a real religion, but a religion where to kill the non-believers, it kind of sounds like the Marine Corps.
I would say that's a sociopathic religion.
Because we went to war with Libya, and you should have seen the response from or not Libya, it was the Barbaria, the Berber pirates. What they were doing, they were kidnapping and seizing ships, and the diplomat from the United States had asked, "Why are you guys doing this?" And said, "Well, Allah commands us to do this. Whenever we see you people, you guys are, horrible, yada yada yada." Yeah, they were jihadists, and so we went. Our very first foreign war was in Barbaria. But
you don't mean Barbaria. You mean the Barbary pirates of North Africa.
Barbary pilots, but I thought it was called Barbaria at the time.
It was the Barbary Coast.
Barbary Coast. But what was the name of the?
Well, there was Morocco.
The nation.
Well, remember there was Tripoli.
Yes, Tripoli is what's in the Marines.
Right, anthem.
Song.
Yes. Yeah.
But for some reason, I thought it was referred to as Barbaria at the time. So I remember having this really weird.
It was Morocco. I mean, those people are called Berbers, which is a morpheme of the word barbarian. So they were, to us we were barbarians, and to them we were barbarians. But anyway, yes, they kidnapped us and held us for ransom.
And they use the jihadist, Yeah, and they use a jihadist explanation for why they were doing it.
I didn't even know that.
No, yeah. Look up. Actually, I'll look it up. The response was crazy. It was like literally an ISIS response. And so we had to go to war with them. But I do think that, especially when it comes to religion, to them, their religion is their morality. I think, and this is something like I noticed when I was younger. I was a fuck up. I was always in and out of trouble, the law and other stuff. But I noticed there was like different types of fuck ups and like lawbreakers. You had the kids who were kind of like they did what they were supposed to do, but they had like really bad families. They were born into gangs, all of that stuff. But they were generally, I guess you say, more disciplined. But they had, morally, they were just very askew because of how they were raised. Then you have people like me who just kind of bent the rules. But
are these your kind of fuck ups? You're talking about what kids? Yeah, like juvie or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then I would say that would. It is. Well, morality is what you. Morality is. I think you're indoctrinated into morality. Like I don't know how.
Yeah, but I'm saying even in Islam, like human life is sacred, murder is a major sin, blah blah blah. So that they're killing, they think they're moral. They're not following the Quran or the Hadith in the strict sense of the word, right?
No, I would say not if they think they're at war with a group of people, and I would say even when it comes to nationalist movements. Where civilians do get killed, I do think that amongst the IRA or the Basque separatists or the Corsican separatists, you do get true believers. And I would say even with the communist terrorists that you saw, especially in the earlier parts of the 20th century, these people were true believers. These are not fuck-ups. These are not undisciplined, amoral people. These are people who believed in a higher calling. And because of that, they were going to be very steadfast in committing, atrocities to accomplish their goals.
I don't know what to tell you, but are you Jewish now? Okay, are you Jewish? Are you supporting Israel or Palestine?
Exist and defend themselves and all of that. I can't say I support them more than I support fucking France or the UK or some shit. I support them as much as I support any other country I'm not a part of.
Do you support the Islamic aim?
No. I don't even want Muslims in fucking Europe or America.
Okay. When you say Muslims, you mean all Muslims or the ones that follow?
It doesn't, I don't.
I think are you still a racist? Are you still a racist? But he's a racist brother.
Let's let him finish his.
No, I'm just saying. I'm asking. Is he
Yeah,
still a
super
racist?
Amazing. Yes.
No, as long as someone's close to you, you're a racist.
Sure.
You admit.
So I would say that Muslims, even when they seem like they're more secular, you get enough of them around, things are just going to change. I don't. It's just a culture, a religion, or I should say that, which of course envelops a culture that is like kind of incompatible with ours. I don't hate them. I just want to avoid trouble.
Can I just ask if you have thousands of Chinese people in Chinatown, does it look like Little Italy or does it look like Chinatown?
Chinatown, but Chinese aren't like trying to butcher people. Just being honest.
Neither are the majority of Muslims, but you're happy with
When was the last?
Chinatown.
When was the last?
You're happy with like Chinese communities where they all gather by themselves. Same with
That's
the
fine. Yeah, that's fine. But when
you're okay with all of
when
that.
is the last time a person in furtherance of like, I don't know, Confucianism or being Chinese, their ethnic, their racial background, when have they committed a terrorist attack against us? Oh, that's right. I none of us can think of one in the last, I don't know how many fucking decades, because they don't do it.
I mean, that's a good point, Teddy, right? What you're saying is a good point.
I get it, but still, what you're saying, it doesn't fit with our culture. Their culture is completely different to ours. So
it is, but it's not hostile to ours. That's the main fucking difference.
I mean, the one thing
not all Muslims are hostile to the West.
Teddy, with all due respect, I tend to agree with you. However, I'll say this. A Muslim who doesn't pray, who doesn't follow the hadith, who doesn't read the Quran, they're just as much at risk at the hand of Islamists as we are. So they're not technically Muslims in the eyes of Islamists, right? Teddy?
Yeah, okay.
Is that fair? So I agree with you. The majority of Muslims that I know, they don't pray, they don't read the hadith, they're just cultural Muslims, their parents are Muslim or whatever.
But we don't go around like shouting out.
But they're not even a fucking race. They're not even a race. They're not a race, though.
That's between them and God, right?
Sure. No, not if they're harming us.
You're just discriminating based on...
No, that's not discriminating. No, that's bullshit. So, first of all, there are white people. We can look at the Bosnians. We can look at the Albanians. They are majority Muslim. We can look at also Chaldeans, the Syrians, the Coptic Christians, the Lebanese Christians. They're brown Middle Eastern people that are Christian. And I have literally zero problems with them immigrating into our countries. Why? Because they're not hostile to us. So, I like cut the fucking bullshit saying, oh, it's discriminatory.
You are literally so a Syrian Christian and a Syrian Muslim. Say, for example,
you can't be a Syrian Muslim. A Syrian is an ethnic. They're Christians from northern Iraq.
That's right.
So you don't get Syrian Muslims?
Syrian. ASSYRIAN.
Yeah, he's right.
Say, okay, whatever. Another country, whatever. So like another country. and one thing is, so if that Muslim's not practicing their faith, but they come from the same culture, they're just practicing two different religions. You will discriminate just based on the so-called Muslim.
Because one group does not commit terrorist attacks.
He's not even practicing
one group is not trying to, doesn't have a religion that wants
faith. Now he's just a person that came from that country, but just because you think he came from a Muslim background, you think he's going to do. He's not even practicing his faith, and you'll just discriminate based on.
I didn't say
absolutely
that.
Teddy, you got to understand. You got to understand because you seem to have tiptoed around what he said. He said, if you look at Chinese immigration, for example, in Australia, right, there's never been an issue in regards to safety. Yes, they've got a very different culture, but they've never committed acts of murder or terror. Okay?
Chinese,
Teddy, let's let me finish, right? I'm not talking about gang violence, right? You can say that about every culture. Don't twist it, right? I'm talking about in the name of religion, or in the name of, like you said, Confucius or Buddhism or Judaism. In those countries, there's no one is fearful of a Jew, of a Christian, of a Catholic, of a Buddhist, but there is a fear against the Islamic culture. But not because of the majority, like you say. And there's a middle ground here, Teddy, and I think you're smart enough to see there is a problem within Islamism. For Muslims as well. These guys who committed this act of terror in Sydney, they don't represent Islam.
That's what I was going to ask you earlier, bro. That's what I was going to ask you. How many Jews do you hear mentioning that it was actually a Muslim that helped to disarm those guys? You don't hear many Jews saying that, do you?
That's such a stupid side note.
No, it's really not that. It's like they'll just ignore it. They'll just ignore it.
No, they don't. That's no bullshit. Everybody gets their guy's cards.
One sec, stop. Teddy, it's not true what you're saying factually. My family were there. I've seen the interviews on YouTube with the rabbis speaking afterwards. They're so thankful that this guy saved, not just saved, more people getting murdered. They were very thankful that he was Muslim. Because it's very clear to the Jewish population, excuse me, that the Muslims are not the issue. Islamism and those that empower it are the issue, including the Australian government. That's the issue. So you're wrong, man.
I'm saying, like, I'll give you the example earlier, Daniel and Al Normo. You brought up the Bondi Beach thing. There was no one ever mentioned about the person that helped stop it.
Why would they mention it preemptively?
It was only the people. If you're having a discussion about it, you're talking about it, instead of
when did you hear them downplay that guy or say the guy was like not a hero? Like they didn't do that. So like this is
they didn't mention it. They said that they mentioned it. So the Muslim terrorists started shooting when they refused.
Just because there's a good Muslim. Okay, look, we can talk about the facts. Okay, we can talk about the Islamists.
Guys, just one at a time, otherwise it's like peace movie.
But look, we can talk about the Islamists, okay? The crazy Muslims that want to fucking kill in the name of Islam, okay? And we can look at Ahmed, who risked his own life. He got shot a couple times while trying to save lives, mainly of people. He might not have even known they were shooting at Jews. He might have just seen a mass shooter, and like I don't even know what was going through his brain. He's just like, nope, got to stop that shit. But he did what I think most men would not do, and he risked his life to stop a shooter. All day long, he deserves praise. He's a good man. What he did was great.
Let me finish my point. People like Daniel and Al Normo hate Muslims so much. I've heard Al Normo say things like, "Oh, if you're a Muslim, you're a terrorist." Like,
He's never said that. I've known him for years.
He has literally said that. Yes, he has. 100%. Daniel says it all the time. These Muslim terrorists. Are you a Muslim? Yes, they do. There was a guy shooting Al Normo used to hang around with. They would cuss out
You're talking about Chucky.
Yeah, but Al Normo was there, and then they make songs about it. They joke about it. They jokingly
Chucky was somebody they distanced themselves from because he was crazy. And yes, he did do a lot of that shit. I don't know if you understand.
Al Normo would be there amongst it all. You don't understand. These hardcore Zionists, they don't want to recognize even when a Muslim does something good, they will.
Where's the hardcore Zionist? But do you consider him hardcore Zionist? Al Normo's not a hardcore Zionist.
I don't think Brett even realized when Brett, did you realize how they were talking down to you? Like they were like, you don't even really know Israel. Al Normo did. I don't think you know Israel.
No one was talking down to me at all. And Teddy, no, they weren't. That's just your perception. Doesn't mean it's true. And Teddy, what do you think about the Bondi attack? That's a matter of interest. Are these two guys who did
it's horrible.
Killing? Were they doing it in the name of Allah?
Of course not. They can say all they fucking want. They weren't doing it. I completely disagree with it. But then to create a whole story.
Were they doing it in the name of Allah?
They could be doing it in the name of fucking someone lives in Mars. I don't give a shit. They're not part of the Islamic faith.
Brett, are you?
If someone's like a schizophrenic or someone is fucking lost it and escaped a mental asylum, and they think,
Are you Muslim?
Me?
No,
I am. Yeah,
obviously, but I'm asking Brett, right? Yes, so I'm asking Brett if he's Jewish. I'm trying to get. I'm asking Brett if he's Jewish. Hold on, Skull. Hold on a second. I'm asking Brett if he's Jewish. See, he asked me what I was, and I'm just curious because he said he had.
I'm Jewish. I'm Israeli. I'm Australian, and I'm a Zionist.
Okay, right on. Now, I'm just curious, Teddy. What is that I see what looks like an arm patch for Palestine.
What is it?
What is that in your PTR?
Take us go on Google Lens and look at. I can't remember what we're talking about. We're talking about the Bondi Beach thing, and you for one.
No, but no. Because I'm trying to. I just asked Brett. I just asked Brett what his religion was. He told me he's Australian Zionist and Israeli. Now I'm asking you. Okay, I explained what I am. Now I do see that arm patch or the two patches, and so obviously we see the Palestinian flag. Obviously, because it's a military patch.
Am I allowed to finish my point? I was trying to make about fucking 5 minutes ago, I guess.
Well, I don't know. What is it that you want?
No, you have to create a full picture, right? This is the thing. I'll come out and say what they did was wrong, right? On that day in Australia, but I'll also mention the fact that it was also a Muslim that helped save the people that these guys were trying to kill.
We all said
This is what makes us sound like cops. This is what makes us sound like cops. You justify yourself. Anyways, yeah, fuck those guys. Let them get blasted. Fuck those kites. At the end of the day, as long as there was no white people who got killed in it, then it's all kosher, man. Fuck that. Jews shouldn't feel safe anywhere around the world. If Muslims or Arabs are getting blasted and American lives are being used and American finances are being used to allow this or facilitate this. So fuck them. Who cares?
Fuck her too?
No one gives a shit. Who cares? If they don't give a shit about the 10-year-olds that are dying all around the world, then who gives a shit about...
See, Teddy, that was a Muslim. That was a modest Muslim. That's something.
Skull, did you want to jump in there?
Skull made a point. Skull, first of all, you want to think and you want to continue to think that?
No. I was just joking. I know Cynic, he's on his rockers. I was just joking. But anyways, I was saying before, you don't think the attackers at Bondi Beach was Muslim?
No, I don't. I'd say that 100 times a day. Like, I mean, not at all. I would never do anything like that. Everyone I know would never do anything like that. They never even think about doing anything like that.
Would you do it if you were living in the West Bank?
There is zero scenarios where I do something. Zero.
So Teddy, I'll ask you, if you were living in the West Bank, would you do something like that against what you described as the occupying force of Israel?
It's hard to know. It depends really. It depends on
based on what you feel now. Would you?
If my entire family had been wiped out.
We're talking about the West Bank here, not Gaza, right?
West Bank still.
Yes. Well.
Yeah, it's like what do you want me to answer? If some Israeli settlers came in and tried to take my house and tried to beat up my wife and children, I would fucking beat the shit out of them.
I would too. Would you then, if you couldn't get your hands on those people, would you strap a bomb to your body and go and blind some random Jews?
Of course not. But the thing is, no, of course not. I'm definitely not. Because suicide is completely against the faith, and you're not allowed to kill yourself.
No, you can kill yourself if you're a martyr.
That's right.
You can kill yourself while killing other people, and you can still go to heaven. You can still go to Jannah.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem. There's like these rulings, right? You do realize these rulings are what gives these people justification to go and do what they do. There's a million other people out there that completely disagree with that. So
not necessarily. Like, what school of thought?
No, it is, dude. It's like me pulling out a rabbinical tradition and saying, "Oh, fucking Jews do that. What's fucking wrong with you people?" Right. I'm not. Guess what? I'm not doing that because religion is not black and white. And when you point things out like that, say, "Oh yeah, go and kill yourself. Yeah, you go to heaven." Hold on, no. That's like one opinion of hundreds, if not thousands, of different opinions.
So Teddy, do you agree with what Hamas did after the 7th?
No, I don't. No.
That's interesting. I perceived you maybe in a different way. I'm confused by you, Teddy.
Yeah, because no one wants to hear the truth, bro. That's the thing. It's
So you don't agree with what Hamas did on October 7th?
Parts of it, not all of it.
Well, wait a minute.
No, I'll give you an example. Attacking the military base, fine, so again, but if you believe there are wars and attack a military bases, then it's people that.
Yeah, I guess
that's why I said
parts
of it, not all of it.
So attacking the kibbutzim, taking hostages, stuff like that, you don't agree with?
No, I don't agree with killing any innocent people. The hostages thing, that was.
Are you just saying that because you're English and you're scared of getting arrested?
Look at my photo. You really think I give a shit?
No, he won't get arrested if he says the Hamas side. If he says the opposite.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In the UK now, like if you say, yeah, I support Hamas and what they did, you could get arrested if this is recorded, right?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
You'll get arrested if you say, like, deport Muslims, but you won't get arrested if you say, like, I thought Hamas, October 7th was great.
Exactly. Blood like the Intifada. You don't get arrested. Actually,
you do that.
Yeah, as since Bondi, since Bondi is good. And that's what I'm saying. The government's responsible for what happening. Sorry, go on.
And that's what's ironic is that, like, you're getting people that, like, native British people. When I say British, I mean like ethnically British that are complaining about the hostile. What do you mean ethnically? They're native to the British Isles. Like they're genetically British.
Yeah.
And so it's not meaningless. Like fuck you. Like
no,
what if I said this?
I said ME.
Okay, so when it comes to them complaining about the rapists that come from largely places like Pakistan, and whatever the immigrants are doing, harassing their women, it's they go to Her Majesty's courts, and then they are sentenced to 2 years in prison, and then you get some fucking guy that literally raped a native British chick. And that was underage, and I was like, yeah. He's always had a rough life. Yeah, he needs to assimilate. Oh, okay, suspended sentence. Probation, and then of course you guys can advocate for basically jihad, and it's like, well, these are just misunderstood people. They need to. I just need to assimilate a little bit more. We're not Islamophobic, so we just can't do anything to them. Oh, but then they'll crack down the native, British people. That is bullshit. That is kind of part of the reason why it's a fault of the British, but it's also a fault of the people that are coming there that don't value life and I don't know, things like consensual sex.
What are you saying has validity, Teddy? Yesterday in the group.
No, he's basically saying all immigrants are fucking rapists. Everyone from Pakistan and rapists. It's basically what he's saying. It's literally racist.
No.
He didn't say that, Teddy.
What did he say? They come here, they don't assimilate. Okay, well, what are the fucking doctors in the NHS?
No, but Peke doesn't know the history of the UK with the Pakistani immigrants who came in 40 years ago and they integrated fine into society. But I think he's referring to the modern immigrants, the ones over the last 20 years. The last 20 years, Teddy. The number one name in the UK now is Mohammed for the last 4 years running. Mohammed.
It sounds very British.
Teddy, I want to ask you a question.
That's the funny thing. It's just the British people, like me, my family, everything like that. It's not our fault that the Muslims have more children than us. Not our fucking fault.
But it's also
would
it be their fault? Would it be your fault or either of your fault if they were to say hey, you know what? There's too many of you, and we just don't want you people in our land anymore? Last time I checked, if I go to Qatar,
you're worried about losing the demographics, just have more fucking children.
No, how about we just don't let in outsiders? Because you know what Qatar, Saudi Arabia, what they all do? Hold on a second. But do you know what all of those countries do? They have more people living in their country that are not citizens than our citizens. They never give them citizenship. except for unusual basis.
Exactly.
And so they basically, you're there to be a contributor. If you're not, that's it. You're gone.
What I'm saying is,
no. Hold on. You guys don't accept us. You guys don't accept us in your countries as outsiders. But you want us to grant you a level of hospitality that you would never grant us. That is bullshit.
Talking at the same time, there's two people talking at the same time.
Well, hold on. I wanted to finish my question.
The obvious, right? I want to say the obvious. Even if we shut all of our borders in 100 years' time, because their birth rate is higher, and even though they're minorities, their birth rate is higher, the percentage is going to continue to get bigger. So unless you're talking about kicking out generations of people.
Let me express something here. What are you saying has an element of truth, right? You brought up, say, Saudi Arabia and countries like Bahrain. Yes, they do allow outsiders to come in, but they're very restricted. And what are you saying has an element of truth? As far as the kicking out is concerned, kick out ones that are not legal. It's as simple as that. Kick them the fuck out. The ones that commit crimes, keep them the fuck out. But as far as regulating the population in the UK, France, all these English countries, we have to be like Poland, Teddy. You're not going to like that, but it's 100% true. Why should we change? No, why should we have more children to be able to keep up with the
already here? That is exactly Well, hold on. That is exactly the problem. Is that they want to make this a birth rate issue. Well, hold on a second. We don't have to introduce your population to ours, and that would just solve it. And if we look at the very wealthy Saudi, Arab Gulf countries that have a majority of the people that are currently living in their countries as non-citizens, they don't give these people citizenship. They don't vote. They don't have the same level of protection, because at the end of the day, they can just be removed. I do not think that Muslims should be they would never grant this level of charity to us. They would never allow us to fucking proselytize or build a fucking church in their country. Why the fuck should we allow you guys to come and proselytize in our countries, to give birth to a bunch of fucking children in our countries? And that's playing fool's poker. That's playing fool's poker.
Hold up, I'm gonna tell you a question right now. Hold up, okay? Because when Pepe was mentioning about the rapes in the UK, and then Teddy, you mentioned, there's doctors. They bring over doctors. So 20 years ago, right? If you were the leader of the UK, right, and you could see into the future, and you had the choice to choose between, if I let in all these immigrants, sure, we're gonna get a couple hundred doctors for the NHS, cool, but that is gonna come with 250,000 native British girls raped over a 20-year period. What choice would you choose?
So you're saying that people
in terms of not being or not? Like if you were 20 years ago.
I would ask the question: when did these people come in? And the people that are rapists, when did they come in? Like 20 years ago, or they come in recently?
No, well, the rape of Britain has been. Well, it's been more than 20 years. It's been about 30 years for the rape of Britain. But the point is that you were basically saying that, we got doctors here, we got doctors here too. But the bad outweighs the good in this situation, right? No Brit is gonna be like, it's so great that there's 250,000 rapes over 20 years, but at least if my leg gets broken, I can go see a Pakistani.
He's playing the same game. Just like when he mentioned that the hero in the Bondi shooting, he wanted to deflect. He wanted to deflect to the one good Muslim, despite the alliance lost to the two very bad Muslims. This is fucking retarded.
Let me give you the opposite side of this. My whole life shuts your inspire argument down. The way you hate Islam so fucking much, I'm not even going to entertain me telling you about my life.
I don't hate Islam or Muslims, and you're using me, and that's an antidote. I'm not an entire population. I'm one fucking person. You have to look at the whole fucking population.
Well, Teddy, Islam hates.
So like, so what about this? So let me ask you this. Answer this question. Everyone's parents, say from previous generation, then they were born here, right? Now, say Pakistanis, wherever, African, whatever, right? They're born here now. They are born into this. They're born here. They're British citizenship. Are you saying those people that were born in this country should be kicked out?
I mean, personally, I would kick out. It would be on a case by case basis. But you're asking me if I was like Emperor Pepe of the world.
Citizens of this country.
Yeah, sure.
They were born here.
Kick them out. Just like how your Islamic countries would kick us out in a heartbeat, I would absolutely kick you out.
One sec, guys. Let me have a bit of a contribution here. First of all, Pepe, you can't kick him out as a citizen. So forget that under democracy, you can't kick him out. Okay? Not that I disagree with you, but you can't kick him out. Teddy, I'm not sure what you're not understanding what Pepe said. Just to go back, when he's talking about Muslim countries, okay, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, places like that, they don't allow non-Muslim, non-local citizenship. Okay? So that's the future.
Do that.
That's the future. I have to know Teddy because of a demographic issue. And then how
it might be, but that's what I'm saying. The only other option is to kick out those people that have citizenship.
Yeah, Teddy is right because in a sense, this is what has happened. It's already too late, right? The birth rate between the Muslims and the native English, or even just the native in the whole Western, governments like Canada, whatever, it's too low compared to the Muslims. So when we fast forward to 70 years, they're going to be at about 17 million to 20 million in the UK alone.
So how do we resolve that issue?
You would have to kick them out.
Yeah. So this is where I'm going to sound like a fascist to you. I think in Europe they're going to have first. If I had to predict, I'm not an expert, but things will start kicking off in one country, then in another, and then there'll probably be somewhat of a unified front trying to kick these people out. And it's happening very quickly. And if we look at like you said, the most common name in
kick you out, Pepe. Kick you out. I'm confused. You can't kick out. But you can't kick out in a democracy citizens, which is what Teddy's saying.
Well, no, I agree, but I think that we need to when it ends up hold on. When it evolves into being civil war, okay, that gets on the back burner. Now, if you have a democracy where you have people, and by the way, you can look at throughout history, you've had people democratically elected that completely change a country, that end up becoming fucking tyrants. You're going to get people.
No, so you're telling me, as a native to this land, my wife is not from here, by the way.
You're not.
So you're telling me I've done a DNA test. I've literally, I think the furthest for the past 500-600 years, my ancestors stepped out 1% in Spain. Like literally,
But
I am through and through the UK. Like
so you're a revert to Islam.
55%. I'm like 55% English, 55% English, and then
okay. If you're a white Muslim, okay. So I get it. So if you're a white Muslim,
because you just interrupted me again. So you're telling me that every child that I have has to be deported from this country just because they're my children.
No, I would say if
okay, guys, just think about it. Make it's me, because I want Pepe to make his point, Teddy. Okay, let him make his point so you're not talking over each other, so we can clarify what he's saying.
He interrupted me.
But Teddy, I'll answer you this very simply. If you're a native British person, you can't be deported. I do not think you should be able to kick out people that are converts. Like they're still native to your land. So
we're going around in circles, Pepe. So So how do you resolve the issue?
Yeah, let me answer that.
Christians?
Let me answer that.
Okay,
So the only way to do that is to kick out and deport as much people as legally possible, and then on top of that, the Western countries have to implement the most massive assimilative cultural propaganda, like marketing scheme, I guess, whatever, that they've ever produced, like in their entire history. So they would have to like almost fascist. They would have to go fascist. There would have to be a British flag like on every fucking door. There would have, it would have to be the biggest assimilated program ever. They would have to.
But you call it fascist, Kenny, but what is the difference between like an Islamo fascist?
For those who know, the word is called remigration. It's basically what the far right.
Okay, but what would be the difference between an Islamo-fascist caliphate, where you have a Muslim majority in your country, and they by democratic means they end up getting in power, and then they democratically want to fundamentally change a country like the UK. They democratically want to have head coverings. They democratically want to make punishments that we consider, barbaric and Stone Age to be commonplace. Like protecting democracy at that point starts it starts to become fucking stupid.
Bring back the Crusaders, Asians, like that kind of, bring back that kind of period.
He has a point, right? Because 75% of British Muslims agree with Sharia.
Okay, but what is Sharia? Like for me, Sharia is praying, fasting, doing my charity, like respecting my parents. Those things are Sharia to me.
It's not that's to you, Teddy. But let's like intifada. People say, but what does it mean? What does intifada really mean? Blah, blah, blah. We know what intifada means in Israel. We experienced it. We know what Sharia means in Iran. They experienced it. So when 75% of Muslims agree with Sharia, even if your opinion is slightly different, if you have a Sharia court, they're not going to give a fuck about your opinion on what you think Sharia is. Sharia is Sharia. Strict Islamic doctrine. Okay? So 75% of Brits want Sharia in the UK. Okay? And Skull, just to make one point, just make one point very quickly. Just so you know, as an example, Morocco will not accept any Muslim back, any Moroccan citizen back who's torn up their passport. You do understand that. So a good percentage of these immigrants, illegal immigrants in Europe, are not accepted by the countries they're coming from because they're the shit of those countries. They don't want them back. How do you solve that?
It's also they're playing the same goddamn game they play with Israel. It's like Palestinians. They wreaked havoc wherever they went. We can look at Jordan. We can look at even Kuwait. And Kuwait was interesting because most of these people were like part of the professional class. They were very educated and had, they were pharmacists, doctors, that kind of shit. And of course, we can look which I find very unforgivable, what they did to Lebanon, a Christian country. And
it's true. Okay, what you're saying is 100% true. Teddy, you can't disagree with that. What they did in Jordan, what they did in Lebanon,
I was on that for a second.
But we're talking specifically about Palestinians, the radicals, right?
Yeah, I want to respond to what you said about the people in this kind of Sharia and stuff like that. I wanted to respond to that.
Okay, but just one second. What Pepe brought up has some fact to it, right? What they did in Jordan, what they did in Egypt, what they did in Lebanon, it's horrible. Would you agree with that?
Can I laugh?
Specifics?
Specifics? Are you asking specifics?
Yeah. Like, so what, we go
Are you kidding? When they did Sharia, Koala, just one second, I'll let you jump in, right? But what they did in Egypt is they created the Muslim Brotherhood. What they did in Jordan is exactly the same thing. And what they did in Lebanon, as you well know, with the civil war in Lebanon between the Muslims and the Christians, is exactly the same thing. The fact that you choose not to see that, I'm not too proud of your analysis.
I don't know much about it. I haven't even given me a chance to. I don't actually know much about it. I haven't really looked into it too much.
Well, what they're doing in the West is exactly what they did in Jordan. It's exactly what they did in Egypt, and it's exactly what they did in Lebanon. Okay, it's exactly the same thing, and they're doing it now in the West. Look at the history of Jordan, Egypt, and Lebanon in regards to Islamism, the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, I heard about the Muslim Brotherhood about 2 months ago. But the funny thing is like you don't have. I don't think you actually ask many. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just my circle of a few hundred people, like Muslims and other people, other states, by the way.
Why are you beating around the bush? Why can't you just say
no? So what I'm trying to say is, you guys are saying that everyone believes and everyone follows the Muslim Brotherhood. Everyone wants this. Everyone wants that. Blah, blah, blah. But have you actually asked these people? Or are you just going off what the far right?
Muslim Brotherhood.
Are you going off what the far right is saying and telling you?
No. Here's what the Arab Gulf countries tell us about the Muslim Brotherhood. They consider they're designated as terrorists in their countries. Now, what we do allow is for the Muslim Brotherhood, especially in America, their organization here is called CAIR. CAIR, and they are, it's part of the Muslim Brotherhood, and they do. If you could only look at their responses after terrorist attacks in the United States, I found it always disgusting. They never apologize. They never sympathize. It's only like I remember it was in San Bernardino. You had this husband and wife that committed a mass shooting at the male's place of work, and not only did they not apologize or give condolences or anything like that, their first order of importance was like, oh hey, they have children, they need to be adopted by a Muslim family. That was that. I mean, these are very disgusting people, and I would say, why is it that these Gulf Arab states they designated them as terrorists, but we put up with their bullshit and their propaganda, and like why should we do that? Like these staunch Muslims.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shut up and say, just keep believing the narrative. I can see. Oh, and advice they've given me. I've actually met people that have actually tried to radicalize me and what they think and how they behave based on the normal people. I can deal with this, but you guys just don't want to.
Well, let me ask you.
You don't hear another side of the story. That's all I'm saying.
Teddy, can you let just Koala jump in here?
Right, Teddy, do you know anything about what Isara, Yahoo, and Mushrik means in Islam? Do you know that?
I don't see that.
Right, so Nisara is Christian, Yahud is Jews, and Mushriks are Hindus. Precisely written over there that when the Sharia law will be implemented, what's written in the Quran, chapter 9, verse 11 and 5, whatever it is written over there, a couple of verses, they will be implemented, and they have, listen, Teddy, I was just listening patiently, just let me talk. All I'm saying is that they have done that, the same thing in the Jordan, right, the Christians, they have done in the past in Egypt. They are doing it the same thing in your country now. Why are you just beating around the bush and just call the spade a spade? They, the one you're just trying to save and bring ifs and buts in this conversation, all you're trying to do is like you're just whitewashing things, because Muslims are pretty much clear. 90% of your Muslim men want Sharia law. The same Sharia law they just fucking ran away from their own fucking country. The Pakis back in the countries don't fucking like their Sharia law, although they want the Sharia law in the Western countries. So stop being around the
Wait, Teddy, so you're saying they want what they don't want. You basically just said what they want but they don't want.
That's a new territory. It's right simple.
Teddy, did you say someone wanted to
they're gonna live here, they're gonna have families.
That's what I keep on saying. The shit you don't want in your country, why don't you actually care? We have seen what happened when they just fucking did the Bondi Beach and they killed the people. They know there will be repercussion, and they, oh no, you're not like that, and they paid a fucking couple of waddies and they're telling them, oh, this Islamophobia. Same fucking playbook from the last 25 years. When it happened in 9/11, there was a repercussion in America.
What about Islamophobia? phobia. It's all
Right, Pepe.
Okay.
And
It's not
that's
funny.
the one thing that brought up when they did the 9/11. They brought up Islam.
All right, guys, just one at a time, please. Koala, just finish what you want to say, buddy.
What I'm saying is that, there was a pushback after 9/11 and they knew that. And they brought this Islamophobia thing to fucking fool the cunts like Teddy and us.
Teddy, did you say that you had people try to radicalize you? So, like Islamists?
Yeah, I told them to suck right off to my face, yeah.
All right, and what were
I
they
hate
trying
that
to
terminology. I hate that terminology. Like, because
Yeah,
I hate
fuck
it.
you, Tommy.
Okay, hold up, quality.
No, I don't like it. It's like, I'm
Okay,
fucking
not Islamist, whatever. Like, what were they trying to say to you?
They were like trying to call me to jihad and saying about America, I've done this to our countries and done this to blah, blah, blah. I just told him, I just told the guy, I remember exactly where I was in London, East Street Mosque in a shop. I was buying some fragrance. I just told him basically, dude, fuck off, politely, go and learn your script, go and actually learn your scripture, go and do all that, because you are fucking out of it.
Yeah, did you try and fucking
There's no point, bro, because they're fucking extremists. Like, I'm just not bothered. Like, he is an alien in the community. They are not.
Don't you understand by you?
No, because it'll be a fight, Brett. It'll be a fight. They're like a nutter in the pub. You know, when you go out with your mates and you're drinking, there's always that one fucking prick that's going out.
Let me ask you something.
That's the type of people these are.
So did you ever think to report that person or whatever, if it was a group, to police or whatever?
He was like a week later, so he was arrested.
Okay. And then I have one more question here. How long have you been a Muslim? When did you
10 years.
10 years, okay. So, and when you hear people like that, you think that they're just random quacks who know nothing about the true Islam, and they have no idea, and they're misinterpreting the Quran.
I think if you got 100 Muslims in a room, and the division would definitely be, these guys are fucking nuts. They don't know what they're talking about. There's enough people that have knowledge of the Islam that can Islamically refute everything they say.
But Teddy, with all due respect, what he's saying here, and this is a problem in the fucking world, is that people like you and your community are not standing up and doing the right thing by the rest of us, and either reporting them or going to your imam and speaking to your imam and saying, what the fuck are these guys talking about? They are dangerous enough for the imam to report them. You are empowering them. You are allowing
them. You go out of your way to report far right here.
Absolutely, man. If some far right who came to me and asking me to join to go and murder Islamic people, I would absolutely report them. And I would absolutely fight them. Are you kidding me, Teddy?
Well, I'm asking you, Teddy, are you reading different kind of Quran?
By the way,
Are you reading different Quran? Are you reading different Quran? Okay. Are you reading different Quran? Because the extremists are also reading from the same fucking book.
Yeah, but there's different perceptions, Koala. There's different
It's clearly written how to kill the fucking moderators, how to kill the fucking Messiah, the Christians.
Make me mad, these guys. They got me clipped. I'm back with the new account.
Brett, what's it?
Yeah, go for it. Just go, Teddy. No, Teddy. It's Bibi.
Yeah, Brett, sorry. So I was just saying to Koala, he asked me am I reading the same book. I was like, there's about 1 million different interpretations of the faith, so it's who you learn from. And before I even became Muslim, I knew to fucking stay far away from any of these whatever the extreme tricks that try to...
But they do believe in the Quran.
It's like me saying to a Jew, you believe in your book because there's like 1 million interpretations.
Oh,
It's like me telling them they don't believe in their book because they don't believe in the one that the extremists use.
Teddy, this is exactly what Skull and Koala are responding to, and myself as well. You, as a Muslim, a convert to Islam, you say you stay far away from those fuckers, right? They're crazy, whatever. But you do nothing about it. We can't do anything about it. We don't hear that kind of shit, yeah? They don't come to us and say, you want to do a jihad, blah, blah, blah.
I don't see them now, Brett. I don't see them now. Because it's my circle is not involved. Do you understand?
Teddy, the honest
onus doesn't lie on the victims. Okay? The onus lies on you.
That's right.
Are you guys fucking listening to me?
It's like,
Make me mad, man.
I don't think they understand. So do you want me to go out of my ways in the community and hunt out in streets?
First of all, you converted on a fucking dangerous one. You have to prove your fucking arse. You have to prove your arse to prove that you're more movement. I've seen you guys.
But Teddy, here's the thing. I don't go to church. I'm not a religious person.
You continue, right? This is BB. I got clipped. Make me mad.
Okay,
I'm not kicking anybody. I just want to be able to come and go. They just clipped me. I just got back.
Okay, make moderator.
Yeah, I'll do it.
You're moderator. So when it comes to, holy shit, I forgot what I was gonna fucking say. God damn it.
You're Christian. You're not Christian. You're not religious person.
Sure. So I have zero desire. I was raised Catholic, which used to be a supersessionist religion. I don't want to get into it. But we feel like we have a special covenant with God. Muslims, kind of, they feel like, with Muhammad, they have this special relationship. Jews, they obviously don't recognize Jesus. They have their different interpretation, or not interpretations. Their religions are just different. I don't really give a shit. We agree to disagree. I'm not willing to kill or harm people. I'm not religious, so this is kind of doesn't mean that much. But I do think that if people are religious, we should not murder each other. And if you look at the United States, the vast majority of the people that founded this country they came from a Christian background. Now, they were of different denominations. Some of them were deists. They were not particularly religious, such as myself. They didn't really cause any trouble. But what I see is you do get an extremely radical strain that you don't see in other religious groups like Christians and even Jews. Now, yes, there are Jews that are absolutely crazy, batshit, that will be willing to commit terrorist attacks, but they're extremely small in number. Same with Christians. But with Muslims, it's so amplified that you see this happen, rather on a regular basis throughout the world. And when it comes to Islam, we can look at the history of when it comes to European Christians. It's been one of the them conquering and then us expelling them. But if we look at Islam throughout the rest of the world, we can look at the Austro-Hungarians, we can look at the Buddhists, the any of the groups in the Far East. They haven't gotten along with anybody, despite which continent. And we can look at General Jack Pershing in World War I. He said that this was his comment, that Islam to a man is rabies to a dog. They were facing human machete charges where they were wrapped in wet in bamboo, and they had a .38 caliber weapon. That's how we ended up going to the 1911 .45 caliber. Basically, we needed stopping power.
Would you say that again? Would you say that about, say, Saudi Arabia or Bahrain, the Muslims who live there?
Well, I would say, they seem to be. When it comes to those Arab Gulf countries, I still think they're very backwards. But
they're in the process of reformation, just like the Christians did a few hundred years ago.
Yeah, so I don't really pick on them.
Exactly. So when we're talking about Muslims.
Yeah, but I do think that we get Muslims. Here's the weird thing that I never fucking understood about Europe. They say, oh, these people are just not assimilated, it is a Syrian man ends up raping, a native European woman or masturbates in a public pool. We all know these people would never do that in Damascus.
That's what I'm saying.
It's bullshit.
They will chop the dick off if they do that over there.
Hey, Koala, I've got a question for you, dude. I'm Australian. Your accent is intriguing me.
Right, yeah, I just moved here like 6 years ago.
Now, from where?
Oh, from India.
No, not a show.
No, a show.
Yeah, but you've really taken on the Aussie twang, bro.
Thank you. Thank you. I just started the business here and put my money here, similarly, that's a fucking thing. I decided to leave the country here. This is my country now, and I might fucking had actually become very, very fucking proud when I see the Australian flag, and that's how I roll.
But it also explains your very anti-Islamic sentiment because
no, it's like that. But I saw people very good, nice, really cool Aussies, laid back and all that. Then I fucking saw these couple of cunts coming here on the fucking beach, doing their fucking crazy, like, the fuck is happening? Why are you imposing your fucking things here? People are too naive and they're too good. And you just, trying to do love jihad by just telling them blah, blah, blah. I'm very religious, blah, blah. I don't want to give a flying fuck about that. And I talked to a couple of Aussies, they were like, no, they're not going to do anything here. Don't worry. And they're dead.
Most of these guys in this room wouldn't understand your history as an Indian living in India with Islamic terrorism. You guys have been experiencing it.
For the last 1,000 years. 1,000 years.
Yeah, but let's go modern times. You've been experiencing it since 47, 48. In modern times, I'm saying.
Right. Well, my grandparents came from nowadays in Pakistan, right now, it's in Lahore, and they were just fucking booted out. They were fucking booted out from that place. They have been living we have a record of like 26 generations living in that fucking city. And they were just booted out just in the morning.
But with all due respect, so many Muslims were booted out of India as well.
Well, I have actually. Like, all of the fucking Hindu, Sikhs, Christians were booted out from Pakistan and Bangladesh. Right? And there were always few of them were kicked out of here. And guess what? If you're asking for a different country, then fucking you go to the country and get the fuck out. I'm saying, listen, you pretty much here at the moment. I just told you that I'm from India. Now you fucking want to go racist on me. I don't give a flying fuck about you fucking converted. No, you converted cunt. I don't give a fuck about you. I want to say something.
I'm so impressed by your Australianism, Koala. That is awesome. In 6 years, you said?
Well, 6 years, but it took me like 3-4 months to just get along because I haven't always.
You sound more Australian than me. You got the full fucking yeah, mate. You're the fucking cunt. Like, I don't know who you're hanging around, dude.
I have a prefabricated plumbing module units here, and I have like a couple of employees, and I'm like all of my employees are Aussies. Completely.
I want to say one thing. The guy Cynic, I know him, and not in real life, but we've talked for years. He came in here and he said, I believe he called Jews kikes. He called, he said that they should fear wherever they are. Sorry, that's my microwave beeping.
Who are you referring to?
Cynic. He was in the audience earlier. And he was saying, Jews have to fear wherever they are in the world. He said something along the lines of, well, they weren't white, referring to the people that were killed on Bondi Beach. He's doing some delineation. But I met him 4 years ago. My first interaction with him was that I'm somebody of French descent. Born and raised in America. I don't speak French. I don't claim to be French. He was saying how, France should become a caliphate. And all of this stuff when I first met him, I was like, wow, dude, you're...
Yeah, it is. Ironically, it is. I mean, Macron just cancelled Christmas, He cancelled all the Christmas markets all over France. I mean, it is literally becoming a Muslim state in front of our eyes,
Europeans don't know how to. I don't know how to put it. I mean, part of it, you know, when I look at Catholics, which, you know, there's a little bit of a differentiation there. Like Jews do also do this. A lot of Jews, they push for the open borders and you know, oh, hey, these fellow people, you need to help them. They're your fellow brothers. But Catholics especially do that. It's like we're all children of God and yada yada yada.
No, that's not religion, man. That's leftism.
Yeah, but the Catholic Church is like, they're very far left when it comes to certain things, and
that's okay. They'll be the first to die, man.
Yeah, and
Teddy ran away. Chicken shit.
Oh, he just walked off.
No, he ran away. Because yesterday he was in a news group and he was like ganging up on me because I was the only dynasty in there and yeah.
Boy, I tell you, this fucking converted shit cunt fuckwits, they are the fucking dangerous one, the fucking Trojan cunts.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, but in Amir's room, they don't moderate fairly. Like, I've debated Amir so many times. I've been in his room so many times. Like, I've been, you know, I don't completely agree with everything when it comes to Zionists. I'm an outsider. But I will debate, you know, Zionists.
You're a Zionist.
No, I support Jews having a state and existing and defending themselves. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that part. But
okay, so you're a Zionist.
just like how but I hold that same standard for Israel that I hold for other countries. And so, you know, there's obviously...
But one second, Pepe. One second, because I'm hearing you. I'm reading through what you're saying. You're a Zionist. You have a massive issue with Islam. You feel it's an unsafe religion. You don't feel safe. It's like oil and water. But you've got this a little bit of cynicism about the way Israel is dealing with it over there at the front lines. So that's my confusion with you, Pepe. It's like you say I'm a Zionist, but...
Oh no, I'm very I will question. So when it comes to Zionism, I do think that a lot of very staunch Zionists, they will kind of have a Israel-centric view, whereas I'm not quite the same. I think Israel should be able to defend itself and do what they need to do to exist and survive, but it's not a focal point for me. And so, just like if France was to get invaded or any other ally, I would hold them to the exact same standards.
But it should be for you because Israel is literally at the front lines of the most radical of radical. So I'm confused by you, brother. They're at the front lines of this shit. The same shit you've been ranting on about for the last 2 hours, right? So I'm confused of your, you know, they're the front lines, man. I live there, I serve there.
Well, you know, when I have these conversations...
Pat, can I have 2 minutes?
They're tailored to, like, what we're talking about. Yeah, sure. Just, like, Dave, I'll just, like, give me 20 seconds. I'm standing up for Jews against these people. I'm not somebody who talks about how, like, negatively about, you know, what they've done during the war, because I don't have enough details at this point, at least. And I'm somebody who doesn't hate Jews.
But one second,
I don't look Jews as being worse than people like me.
No, I'm going to explain Pat's position, right? I'm going to explain. So when I start, right, Senate will interrupt me because he fear me the most. So basically, the situation is this. From the political Islam point of view, it's all about percentage of land mass is still under the Ummah. That is how they look at it. So, Pep, the position is more protecting or preventing these people increasing the land mass, specifically in Western nation. So the Europe suffer parallel society, right? Just like in US, Minnesota, Somalia has places there. If you follow the YouTube, how do they move to Minnesota, the area? Basically, they come from Europe, because the way it works is when you conquer places in Europe, you convert them into a parallel society, right? So that no more white people would go there. Then you just leave a couple of people there, but the rest move to another parallel society. So it's just like, it's like some alien, right? In sci-fi, they move from planet to planet. They finish the resource, they move to another planet. So this is the same playbook. That's how they do it, right? So they finish London, now they go to New York. The question you have asked, which is the next Western city? We have to think as strategic as them. So targeting individual person like that is already over, right? So United States already launched counter-offensive now, right? So they already banned Muslim Brotherhood, they banned CAIR, like Pep said, right? So and Germany follows soon, right? By banning the Muslim Interactive. Immediately they uncover a lot of information from their PC. 1 week, 2 weeks after that, immediately they have a military exercise in the tunnels somewhere of Berlin. Why? I'm pretty sure in those things that uncover, they're going to use subway in the same way they use it like Gaza tunnel. Once you take 1,000 German into this tunnel and make it like Gaza, and then if you go in, you kill your people, and they can hold on as long as they want. So this is how we need to think. The time of discussing with them, are you pro-Palestine, is all over now. What is important to know is, for Muslim religious leader, they all follow the Quran. They know one thing, the judgments they started. That's all you need to understand. You have to understand, they now understand judgments they started. That means it's the last chance for them to be radical. It's the last chance for them to kill Jews, the last chance for them to kill Christians, right? So this is one thing you have to understand. You keep telling them the judgment they started, then they will surrender and be peaceful. If you don't evict them on that, then they will keep on thinking they still have chance.
I have a question. Real quick, Brad. I'm going to be answering this beautiful live here. I'm going to chop down a couple of tubbies. So I'm going to check you guys. I'm going to catch you guys later, okay? Brett, add me up.
You're a legend.
Yeah, right, no worries. Have a good one. Have a good one, you big, beautiful bastards.
You Aussies can add me back. I added both of you.
No worries, mate. Get
You're a fucking legend, man. Keep going.
No worries. And if you don't like fucking Australia, get the fuck out of this fucking country, you nasty fuckwits.
Legend.
Right. Later, big, beautiful bastard.
Hey, Dave, question for you, man. I just want to know your background. I've spoken to you in the past a few months ago, but you sound like Chinese or Asian.
I came here since January 2025 when the Jewish are totally lost. They are political correctness, and I convert them to be not political correctness. Then after that, we are winning every debate.
So you're Asian, yeah? You're Chinese?
No.
Sorry, say that again?
Know me. I'm Chinese.
You are Chinese. Okay. You seem quite educated on the subject. I mean, do you live in China?
I was with the Jewish in January 2025. Obviously, they all asked me this question. Now they don't ask me anymore.
You're from Malaysia, man.
Malaysia. Look, those ask me question about what is existential things about Western civilization. Let's focus on that.
Musanda, before we go on with you, Dave, Musanda, you say you're Malaysian, are you Muslim?
No, I'm saying Dave. No, I'm black.
because I'm a South African. I'm Bantu.
What does that mean?
He's from South Africa. He's South African. I don't think he's Christian or any of the.
Okay.
African.
But maybe just so we know who we're talking to here. So I'll shut up for a sec. Is there something you wanted to say?
No, I was just saying he's banned too. Like it's somebody who's not going to be tied into the religious wars that we're seeing.
What Israel is doing on the front lines there is 100% necessary. I served there in the 1990s, okay? So I'm 54 years old. I was there in the early 90s. I served I actually served a little bit less than 3 years. And what I saw with my own eyes was the majority of Muslims in Israel, within Israel, the 2 million Muslims, good people, man. They're just like Jews, Christians, most of them are Zionists. It's the ones in the West Bank and Gaza that have been indoctrinated by Hamas, by Fatah, by the PA, to hate Jews, not just Israelis, Jews. You know?
No, Brad, can I correct you on something though? I don't think the Muslims in Israel, they're not following classical Islam. So it's not like the these other countries are getting some sort of special indoctrination or anything. It's the people that are following fundamental classical Orthodox Islam, and the people that are not are the more secular, chilled, assimilated ones.
But I would say this is where I have to push back, is like, I'm in my mid-40s. My first roommate, he supported Israel, which is, this is decades ago. But he was somebody, he prayed several times a day. It was awkward. And most people at that time, this is pre 9/11, so people didn't know much about Islam. He was called Aladdin. That was his nickname. So he prayed on a rug. Holy shit, I forget what my end point was, but.
What, he prayed a lot, but he was chill?
Absolutely. He was somebody who, everybody liked, including myself. I really liked him. He ended up he was in med school and ended up becoming a police officer. I don't know how that happens. But he, very nice guy. He's harmless, yet religious. See, I'm somebody who doesn't, and I understand, we can have views, which we do. If you believe, if you're a Christian, obviously Jews are not going to recognize Jesus. The Muslims are not going to recognize Jesus as the Messiah. Okay, fine. We have our differences. That's that. Fine. But then there is this, you do get an element of Muslims that are absolutely, and by the way, Christians do this too. They find Jews very offensive for not believing in Jesus, but they tend not to kill Jews over it, at least, contemporarily. But then Muslims, they kind of do the same things to both of us, but they absolutely kill us. And there seems to be no real condemnation of what they do. It's just oh no, but what about Islamophobia after they do it? It's just
well, Pepe,
seriously?
Let me explain. So the Muslims in the West, right, and even throughout the Middle East, most Muslims are very, peaceful and normal people, right? They're just normal people trying to live their life, trying to be a doctor, trying to be a this, trying to be a that, right? And the westernized Muslims have to almost spiritualize the Quran or use the verses that command violence as historical metaphors, right? Now, the what we would call radical Islamicists, those people are not doing that. They're not spiritualizing anything like the ISIS, the Islamic State, right? You know, Abu al-Bakr or whatever, Baghdadi or whatever. These people are literal. They're reading the Quran in a literalist format. So when it says kill this, kill that, they're literally taking that, literal, right? So the I would say like the difference is your friend, who you guys call a ladder or whatever. That guy, okay, he's praying every day. He's really committed to the Quran. Maybe he's reading Hadith. I don't know if he's Sunni or Shia, but it seems like he became a doctor. He probably has a family, wanted to live a good life, but in order to do all that, he had to I don't know if this is a word, but like metaphoricalize the Quran and spiritualize all those verses in order not to, take them literal, which is what most Muslims do. That's why most Muslims in Western society will never do a terrorist attack. Most of them will never even think about doing it because they're reading it in a completely different way than other people are reading it. But here's where the problem is. I'll end up playing in 10 seconds. As we said before, why isn't there if I was a Muslim, right? Why isn't there mass protest whenever a radical Muslim does something? From the Muslims, they instantly go on the victim Islamophobia side. But I'm like, dude, if you guys want to look like the shining stars, if you guys want to look like that fundamental radicalism is not a part of your religion, why are you guys in the hundreds of thousands marching down the street saying, that is not us, that is not us, that is not us?
They'll be killed. They'll be killed. That's why. They'll be killed by the MP.
Yeah, I was done. But yeah, Brett, that's true.
But even like what the Teddy was saying earlier, I didn't know this was happening. I saw it in the news. That Med guy that jumped on. And first of all, I don't even know if he knew he was saving Jews. He just saw like the guy shooting people, and he's just like, no, can't have that shit. And he jumped on him. Which he probably, from looking at them, he probably recognized their fellow Muslims. But he did it. At the end of the day, we can't take away what he did. He did a courageous thing.
But he didn't shoot him, did he? He didn't shoot him, did he?
No, but it doesn't. In my mind, it doesn't matter. He's somebody who just like. He disarmed him, and the guy was like rendered incapable of causing any more damage. And
that's not true. That's not true.
Brandon, I'll answer this question. It depends on what soil you're on. If I'm in America, if I'm in Florida, I'm blowing that fucking guy's head off. If I'm in Canada, I'm just pointing a gun at him and then I'm forcing him to like suck.
The reason he didn't shoot is because he gave with another Muslim. That's why he didn't shoot him.
Because he was another Muslim?
No, I don't believe that, Brad. I don't believe that. Listen, they have very strict gun laws in Australia, and like you can get charged. They don't have the same self-defense laws that America has. That's why I said in America, it would have been perfectly fine in the news if that guy, if Ahmed, blew that fucking terrorist head off.
No, in Australia as well, Scott. In Australia, if the guy shot him, he would have been killed.
No. He didn't get shot before. No, you gotta understand the situation. That was a disarmament. So when you disarm somebody, you take their arms. They don't have an arm anymore. You can't shoot that person unless that person still has like a gun on them. That's just how the law is.
The guy went back up on the bridge and started shooting again.
No. That's when he went back up on the bridge and his son was up there. But I'm saying in that moment, if you watch the video, he goes up to him, he disarms him, and then points the gun at him. I guarantee you, had he shot him, I don't think the charges would hold necessarily, given the whole, national. This is an international situation.
Nothing would have happened to him.
He would have got charged for shooting him. For sure.
Well, the reality is though is that like once, even you would because of what ultimately ended up happening, you would not really get convicted here in the United States. But if you disarm somebody and you point your weapon at them and you see that they're visibly unarmed, so our self-defense laws, and by the way, I live in the most lenient gun states, throughout my adult life, Montana, Alaska, and Arizona. Basically, grievous bodily harm or imminent grievous bodily harm or death. We're allowed to use lethal defense, and in the states, I like the state I live in now, in the other states, you don't need a permit to carry concealed, to open carry, any of that shit. However, when it comes to use of force, if I take somebody's gun away from them and they're starting to walk the other direction, I likely wouldn't get in trouble for it if I'm being honest, but that is something where it's like it's not necessarily justifiable, so it's risky. Now, ultimately, yeah, that's.
I'll be brutally honest with you. I was disappointed that he was a Muslim. I'm just going to be brutally honest. I knew as a result of him being Muslim, they come in and say, see, not all Muslims are bad, not all Muslims are this.
No, I get it. Because they're weaponizing it.
Exactly.
I 100% get it. And like just like Teddy earlier, he was saying like, oh, what about the guy that disarmed the terrorist? He was Muslim. What you guys talk about that? Yes, I get it, but I don't think like as an individual, we obviously cannot condemn him for doing what was ultimately right. Even though, like, yes, it's going to be something that's going to be, it's going to be used against, people trying to condemn the
I'm still loving man.
terrorist
attacks. I don't know how many lives at that stage, man, but I still love the guy. I do. Muslim, not Muslim, I couldn't give a shit. He saved so many lives that day. I don't know how many lives he saved, but a lot.
Yeah, because those cops were useless. They weren't doing shit. They would have killed like 10 more people if that guy didn't do that.
But I'm just curious, have the Muslims in Australia, have they apologized or offered their condolences?
Yeah, they did. They came out with the Islamic Council of Australia. Of course they're going to do that, man, because at the end of the day, they're unnecessarily, Australians have been very nice for so long, like the British. It's a very Anglo thing, accepting immigrants, accepting that Muslims are there, we've got a problem with them, but, it's just the way it is. I think now they do fear Australians. This where they attacked, because I'm from there, I'm from the eastern suburbs of Sydney. My family were at that day, right? Running away, man, as bullets were flying over their fucking heads. And I can tell you, that area, the Jews have always integrated. They're part of the community, right? Muslims, there's always been a bit of an issue. If you look at the history of Sydney and the Cronulla riots just a few years ago, Bondi riots just a few years ago against Muslims, Australians have got patience to a point, man. But they did Bondi Beach, yeah? This is the most iconic place in Australia, And that's going to affect a lot of white Australians, non-Jews. And I don't know, of course they're going to come out and condemn it, but secretly they don't. And I know that just go on, just very quickly, go on YouTube and find a 4 corners, 4 as in number 4 corners, little investigation. It was actually maybe 2 or 3 years ago. They went into a lot of mosques undercover, listening to the imams, and they were preaching Jew hate against the white Australians, blah, blah, blah. And nothing got done about it by the government. Nothing. And it came out on fucking television,
I'm not surprised whatsoever. I would just say this: the white man, which I'm a part of. I think we've been living like very comfortably for the last 100 or so years. However, when push comes to shove, and they feel like they're literally in an existential crisis and they can only fight their way out of it. I mean, look, I'm not Anglo myself. I'm somebody of French Catholic descent, which would only make me the white part. They kind of they're not like exactly the people you want to go to war with. I'm just, you know, I don't know how else to say it. I mean, I don't think they can keep this shit up for that much longer. What are they gonna do? Well, when people think they're under an access, which, for example, Jews, I think, are different, and which I sometimes find very annoying how they try to center themselves in American politics. But I understand they do it because they feel like Israel, for example, is always there's always an existential threat that involves them.
To Jews as well, man. That's what Jews comfortable. Of course they're going to get up there.
Well, sure, but we have a much better advantage than you guys, which we like outnumber you guys like, I don't know, 1,000,000 to 1 or some crazy shit. And so if we feel it like we are, I just don't see it ending well. I mean, militarily, how do Muslims think? Like today, we could destroy the Muslim world. And just think about it. And even with our immigration into the United States, we get primarily Christian Latin Americans that have immigrated here, and they're not. These are not. I would say people that are even less tolerant than, you know, people of European heritage that are Christian, and they're less likely to bend to the will of some fucking foreigner with a relatively similar skin color that has a different religion. They're gonna tell you to fuck off, and they're willing to kill you.
Okay, Pepe. I'm a big generous when I do this. Do you think that the world is a product of white people being nice, or is a product of white people not winning militarily and had to draw back?
I think that the problem is that, yes, we like white people, or say people from the West, European. I'll just say Western people. I don't want to say European or white. They obviously have been the dominant force for the last 500 years or so. We can look at all of the innovations. It's Western people. And so, what was your question? Do I look at them as what?
Is the world a product of white people being nice, and that's why they're not winning or choosing to win?
Oh no, I think we're too I think we're far too altruistic. I think that we like. We're so comfortable as a people that we self-flagellate in front of other people to be like, oh yes, our whiteness is so bad. Oh yes, we're bad. Let's honor, you know, people that are different from us. In fact, let's let a bunch of people into our countries where we're so much that are so much different. Which, you know, with these people are very ethnocentric and very racist and have.
Pepe, no, I just let's be objective here. Did the British did the British and Americans not draw back their troops because they're losing the war, or is it out of niceness? Let's be genuinely honest about what
back their troops out of where?
Out of Vietnam, even some parts in Arabia.
Oh, no, Vietnam we could have easily won. That was a very unpopular war. We literally could have like bombed their fucking dams, flooded all of the dikes, literally just caused fucking chaos, but we didn't do that. It was, but if America felt like existentially they had to defeat Vietnam, yeah, they would have fucking destroyed them.
Okay. Let's even talk about today. My point is, most of the world today is a product of war. There is not that much. Look, I'm not like, you know me, I'm not like these people that live off media, believe that super evil white people are so evil.
human beings are evil and we're the same, right? I think you mentioned it too, that blacks don't go around saying white people are the only people who commit genocide, but look at Rwanda. Look at so many parts.
It's a problem that all groups, like white people, have suffered from a lot of the same problems that the blacks and everybody else suffers from. I agree.
Yeah, no, I'm saying morality. The world is more of a product of logic than it is of morality. It's not that white people are so moral, that's why they're not sending troops, whatever. It's, well, if, let's just say I destroy the Middle East, right, which I hate Muslims and Islam, but the problem with that is that not only would it affect, and you hate to say, your capitalist system that you've created, but a lot of the investments you've put almost in some parts of the Middle East, for starters, the Saudi Arabia, which has a lot of light oil, which most of the world really depends on. Oil is used in almost every product that we use.
Yes, I 100% agree.
Can you not do it, but what the consequences are?
Yes, right? I think that if
you can't eat whiteness. You can't eat whiteness. At the end of the day, your populace are gonna do you like they did. No, you said you're French. They're gonna do you like they did King Louis if they are told to go eat cake. That's the thing that we have to remember about our leader. They can't just tell people words and eat people eat words. That's the reality. We mustn't lie to ourselves.
Like I'll just say this. I think that we look at Israel, like I said, I look at them objectively. Like I support Israel; they should exist. Do I think, like, obviously during the Cold War with the Soviet Union, they obviously were on our side, and so very important at that time. Today, I would say still, what's really weird is I hear a lot of people that. And I was on the far right years ago. I'm one of the people that would debate with the JQers because they felt like all of the answers to our problems was just like, these goddamn dirty kites, we need to get rid of them. And it's just like, okay, let's walk through this. But they can never offer like a satisfactory explanation for how getting rid of Jews, at least especially contemporarily, is going to make our nations better. Israel, they are a strategic ally, and one of the things I think people fail to miss is just like, let's just say we were hostile to Israel. Now they pack a lot of power for a small country, or even just a group of people in general. Okay, is it going to be more beneficial for us to be enemies with them or to be allies with them? I mean, we have to look at the good and the bad. I would say, obviously more beneficial.
What's the bad that you see in Israel?
Oh no! If we were to not be their allies, because they're very.
You said you got to look at the good and the bad, and I'm saying, what would you say is the bad about it?
Oh, sure. So if we were not to be allies with them, they could cause us, I think, more hardship than not. In other words, they're a country that it would be better for them to be our friends than to be our enemy, because they could cause more of a headache. And so, like, there is a level of enemy-friend distinction you have to make when it comes to allyship, with governments across the globe, at least. Would we rather Israel be on China's side? Like, no. What? That would be a fucking nightmare. So. I'm just saying strategically. I'm not looking at this through like moral values or anything. Like, is Israel strategically, would it be better for them to be on our side? Yeah, obviously.
Well, I'll answer that real quick. So, like, I don't understand when Americans say, like, even like the far right Americans will say, like, oh, why are we giving this to Israel? Why are we helping Israel? Why are we doing this? And the first question that pops to my mind is like, okay, you live in a country that was built on, partly Judea, because people are like, no, it's not. Partly on Judeo-Christian values, right? So do you just want Muslims to just take over the Holy Land, like in like the next 50 years or something like that?
No. I don't think most of us want. I don't think most of us want.
And then, yeah, let me just add one more thing, Pepe. And then another thing is that white people now are doing what black people are doing, in the sense of they're finding a particular group of people to blame for years and years and years of whatever instability that they're facing right now. So, for example, the blacks are blaming the whites for slavery, but they're blaming their position right now not on their culture that they developed. That's pretty bad, but they're blaming the whites for it. But the whites are blaming the Jews for mass immigration, this and that. And I'm like, first off, if any white person objectively looks at their local government, I'm Canadian, but their provincial government and then their federal government, they'll notice that pretty much upwards to 90% of the horrible decisions of mass immigration and this and that is conducted by elite whites who do not who do not represent the vast majority of like the blue collar, lower level whites or whatever. I'm just being just classifying everybody. They don't even have anything in common with them, because these are like Nepo babies, like Justin Trudeau, right? And then they're creating all these laws and all these like Islamophobia laws, thinking that they have to be like suicidally empathetic to the entire third world. So what I tell the white people on the far right is, I'm like, before you guys look at the Jews, like, why don't you look at yourselves first and see if your own people are selling you out to the barbarians in real time every fucking day.
But you bring up a real point, and like Musanda is South African. I would say the Anglos, are people, the British people. They are the very aristocratic people who have very clear and stark class differences amongst their people. The very first mass waves of immigration you saw in the United States in the 1700s was the Northern Industrialist WASPs, white people, that basically said, oh yeah, we just need more cheap labor or whatever. Of course, that's not how they tried to sell it, but they were advertising far and wide to Southern and Eastern Europe and parts of Western Asia, like, hey, yeah, guys, come here. And they did it. And we can look at South Africa. I mean, after they ended up brutalizing the Dutch, the Afrikaners there, and then putting them in literal concentration camps and slaughtering them, they ended up basically inviting a bunch of cheap labor from the rest of Africa, outside of South Africa, into their country. This is a thing that, no, absolutely, white people do to each other. Blaming Jews for it is, people, when they see something wrong, they don't like things, where things are headed. It's a very, looking for a very easy explanation.
Blaming Jews for it is historical. Blaming Jews is 1,000 years old, longer. They always blame the Jews, and Russian history is not a modern phenomenon yet.
No, I agree. And, the one thing I would say to Jews is that I don't think we have a special relationship. I mean, this is just based on history. Christians have never treated you guys that well. At times, you guys were treated fairly well. We can look at Germany, where a lot of Jews were Germany first. They were super assimilated. When they came here to the United States, they couldn't tell the Jewish Germans from the other Germans. Whereas if you came from Tsarist Russia, they could easily tell. But it didn't take much for the tide to change, and then we had the Holocaust.
The problem that I think Jews might have in the U.S. is that being correct doesn't help when your enemy has the numbers. You know what I mean? Then the numbers means I'm correct because I have enough information.
Having the numbers but not having the brains also not necessarily helps.
You mean that you understand the point?
You can be small and smart, which Israel is. You know how many, it's like always like the Arab Ummah and the Muslim world and all their might and all their power and all their oil and all their billions. And talk. And when they attack, they're being crushed. Speaking of the United States, I don't know if you heard, they're conducting now strikes in Syria, Hawkeye operation. About 70 targets, heavy bombardment by the United States and Jordanians. This time not Israel.
No. What I'm saying, Daniel, is you need immigration and you need to lower the population of white Americans in America. Because
need immigration out, you mean, not in.
In America, because the problem is the white Americans now make up like 80%, and like I said, when you have the numbers, you don't have to be correct.
If you exclude like Latin Americans and Middle Easterners, because they're both classified as white, we make up barely over 50%.
Yeah. I'm just saying that if you're in a nation where you have people with too many similarities and they're all having the same blame, look, if I do think there's some influence that maybe let's not maybe blame Jews, but immigration should have within the Americas, because when you have decentralized people that have some commonality, like white skin, that we blonde or whatever, and they all at least agree that the Jews are the problem, eventually it's just going to become like Germany. Like, I don't think there's going to be stopping funding for Israel in the coming time, but best be sure, and that's another consequence, Pepe, that you guys don't think about. It's like, even, let's say you flex in the Middle East. After that, those right-wingers are like, you know what, man, now let's turn Israel into a Christian state, because we're Christians. And Nick Fuentes start growing and grow, because that's literally what their plan is, right? It's like, we're going to fund you until you get rid of our enemy, and then obviously, what's that party? It's a new party, Patrol Front something. Like, you're seeing essence of this a lot in the US. Return to the land. There's a return to the land. There's a place like it's like Orania for America, where only white people, no blacks, no Jews, no whatever. So that's where it all starts. That's where you really see it. It's going to start expanding, maybe public places like Utah, predominantly white states, where they're going to like spread that rhetoric of like Jews have been kicked out and that's why we kicked them or whatever. And then, eventually turns into Germany again. But unless you remember, guys, America was actually more Nazi. Wait, I'm trying to think. I want to finish this. America had a Nazi rally. Yeah, I just want to finish up quick. Remember, America once had a Nazi rally I think it was in Washington, but I'm saying it once did that because one of so there are two groups that kind of, I feel like, made America, right? And they're all both Germanics. The Anglo-Saxons, and then the German immigrants that came before World War II and after. Those two groups, realistically, have always had their commonality on being anti-Jewish, right? They kind of stepped it up a little bit because of Christianity, but I think their children are just going to rise that up as much as they have a lot of problems, the housing, the whatever. Then it doesn't really also make it good when you have your Elon Musk saying Jews are not just white, they're big white. I don't think that really makes it good. Right?
Thank you. So I think you obviously live in you don't understand how the Trump administration thinks, and you also do not know what is the latest preemptive the Israel government is doing, right? So the Israeli government is inviting 1,000 pastors from US to Israel, right? And eventually this will reach 1 million, right? So this is one way to tackle what you just say, all these anti-Jews and all this bullshit, right? And if you know how the Trump administration think, how the red state think, you will not say something like that. So basically, you're not saying based on truth, what is really happened.
Yeah, but the thing about these primarily evangelical Christians, like I was raised Catholic, I'm not religious. They have this really weird fucking belief that, like, okay, all Jews are going to be in the modern nation state of Israel, and they're going to go to war with the whole world, and Jesus is going to appear, and he's going to tell you, like, you goddamn Jews, accept me, or you're going to perish to hell, and most of them will perish to hell. And, you know, that's that. And what's really weird about these people, which I think they're disgusting, personally, they feel like they can expedite the return of Christ. Somehow they can do it on their time, which is, you know, once again, bizarre. But they don't give a shit about Jews. And these are the same people that, like, they want to go there to proselytize. And I don't know, like, evangelical Christians, I get why, you know, there's a relationship with Israel, but at the end of the day, they don't give a fuck about Jews.
You are right. There are some challenges among the Christian. There are 2-digit thousand denomination. I don't even know how this happened, right? And it's a clear sign that the enemy of Western civilization is creating so many denominations. I mean, lack of unity is one way of destroying Western civilization. So this is something that definitely have to deal with. And the survey done in US showed that only 30% of Christians read the Old Testament. So this explains why they don't understand the roots of Christianity is in Israel, right? And this is why I've been telling the Jews, right? You 15 million, you cannot fight 2 billion. You need the help from 2.5 billion. So start getting them to help. And this is why step by step, you know, you get the 1,000 pastor from US, teach them the roots of the Bible is in Israel. And then eventually we reach 1 million. 1 million pastor can reach multiple millions of Christians. So one step at a time. In fact, I recognize the challenge you say. I accept that, but first we have to stop the destruction of Western civilization in parallel, unifying the Christian.
Can I jump in there? I have a question for all of you. Why do you think the West has allowed Qatar to spend billions on investing in our universities to teach the country?
It's not billions, it's trillion.
It's trillion. So why has the West consciously, and what did happen in the university system? Why are they allowed to happen?
Very good question, Brent. Very good question. Brent, you talk about brainwash in Gaza and West Bank. The same brainwash is happening in US, through the US, right? So this lefty now is under control in US, now they move to Europe. See, you have to understand the big picture, where the things are going. But you asked the right question. I think the West just slowly waking up. I mean, imagine the Jews supposed to be the most experienced one dealing with this, but they are not. I mean, in January 2025, they are under the brainwash of political correctness, right? And so once you remove this, they start to see the roots of the problem is the 2 billion people who still stuck in the 7th century.
But we're talking about 20 years.
Well,
we're talking about 20 years that it is.
So basically, what Islam and the left have in common are they both want the destruction of Western civilization, right? So they will allow places like Qatar and Saudi Arabia to have their indoctrination fill the halls of United States universities in the classrooms, because it's not even really about the fact that they want, you know, an Islamic message or something like that. It's more so to demoralize these students, and that's how you get, you know, Columbia University students, you know, these suburban white kids, wearing kefas or whatever, and saying that and putting on hijabs, right? And these are the same. Yeah, let me just finish it. So these are the same women, white women, who will say, yeah, I grew up Christian and like I didn't really like it, and I feel like it was so like misogynistic. But yeah, my friend, she's teaching me about Islam and the beauty of Islam, not knowing that both of the religions can be extremely misogynistic, depending on obviously who you're learning it from or whatnot. But the point is that the money that Qatar and Saudi Arabia sends to whatever.
Why do you keep saying Saudi Arabia?
Why do you keep saying Saudi Arabia? Of the West.
Why do you keep saying Saudi Arabia though? It's Qatar. My understanding is Saudi Arabia is not doing that because something.
No, Saudi Arabia was sending making donations to I don't know about currently, but they were part of massive lobbies to promote whatever the hell they wanted to.
Well, by the way, it's not just America that the Qatar is invested, as they said, trillions. It's all over Europe and Australasia. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. When it comes to Islam too, right? And this is the Islamic side, not the left side. So on the Islamic side of this conversation, there is different forms of jihad. So there's jihad of money, jihad of the pen, jihad of the mouth, and then jihad of the sword, right? So they can use their money or whatever to promote, you know, whatever they want to promote.
Well, I think this is the source. I think, as Dave said, I think this is the root cause, specifically right now, Qatar. And, you know, Dave, you said we're waking up. This is more than 20 years Qatar's been doing this. We're waking up. We're not waking up. Why do you think we're waking up, Dave?
Brett, we don't have the strong leader who's now taking action, right? So it's not too late yet. It's bad, but it's not too late. I think now the Trump administration is launching counter-offensive, and the Europe are waking up, right? To solve this problem is very easy. As I said before, the Islamic nation already know it's the judgment day here. So they are ready to surrender. What the problem is the left. They are disputing in US and Europe. These are the people, once you educate them, wake up, the case is over. They have nothing to hold on in the Western nation.
Yeah, but you're talking about a whole generation of people who are now getting to the age of becoming politicians, who have been indoctrinated. And it's not Islamism. Qatar is not spreading Islamism through the universities. What they're doing is they're dividing us. And it's being very successful.
They're funding Marxism. That's basically what they're doing.
Yes, you're right.
And it's in alignment with Islam and Marxism, just like communism, just like what happened in Iran. And then what happens after is that the Muslims kill the communists. They kill the left every time. The thing is like, I'm of the opinion, and I think maybe certain people in this group might disagree with me, but I'm of the opinion that it's already too late unless the birth rates come up. If the birth rates don't come up, it's already too late. The West has already lost in the next 70 years. It's just mathematics. It's literally just mathematics.
No, you're a realist. No, you're a realist, man. You're a realist.
You see, I know why it's not too late, because the people like country like UK, they are shouting civil war, right? So they are prepared to take back UK. So this is why the whole thing is necessary. You let them come in. You let them show the West how dangerous it is, and so you eradicate once and for all. So unfortunately, it will involve a lot of blood, but this is the truth. Required people sacrifice. But once you've done that, then everybody wake up, right? So the population.
You're using the UK. Sorry, Dave, you're using the UK as an example, and it's an example against your point, because this uprising in the UK is such a small amount of people, Dave. Such a small, what do you think, because Tommy Robinson had one protest on shit? You know?
Correct. You are right, but I'm saying, that there are changes. I monitor their changes, right? So Keir Starmer now is pretend to be stronger than before. Before that, he never dared to whisper, but now he whisper a lot more. Yeah, I know it's just on the surface, but things are moving a lot.
Yeah, he's whispering a lot more since the Bondi attack. That's all he's done. Since the Bondi attack, he said, now you can't say God loves the Intifada, or now you can't say this, right?
Yes.
What's that, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days? I just fear that I agree with Skull that I think it is too late. And that's just based on mathematical equations.
I know, but you have to think about what Trump is doing, right? Basically, he's questioning naturalized citizenship. So Trump administration is questioning this. That means you can reverse. Trump is setting the precedent. You can question naturalized citizenship, and when that go to Europe, things will get to be reversed. So there are positive things going on.
No, Dave, that needed to happen 40 years ago. So that ship has already sailed, right?
But that's not true, Skull. If you look at Poland and Hungary, so it's not quite true. They turned it around.
Well, that's because they had very little. So, and that's why they're so protective right now. Like Poland, Hungary, you don't see these attacks. You don't see these types of rapes and stuff like that because they've been so protective of their nations.
Poland is literally probably the safest country in the world to go to.
Yeah, and the thing is that even if like you deport all the illegals and stuff, you're not going to be able to, even if Trump writes in law or whatever, he can't write in law, gets the Supreme Court to say, oh, naturalized citizens or people born here have to leave if you got here illegally where you were born, your kid was here or whatever, your kid has to go back with you. At the end of the day, it's the ideology that has already taken roots in these Western nations, right? So and there's studies on this. Let me just finish this. There's studies on this that the second, third, and fourth generation of immigrants in the UK have become way more radicalized than their mothers and fathers. So like their mothers and fathers came here in like the 60s, 70s, and they were like, oh, I love Western culture. They got jobs. They did this. And now you see that, there was a report that, more Muslims joined between like 2015 and 2019, more Muslims joined ISIS from Britain than the British Army. More Muslims went to Syria to fight for ISIS than had joined the fucking UK army. Like, if that doesn't tell you something, then I don't know what will.
But the last 4 years was a dark ages, right? So the Europe now praying to go back to the Biden administration time, but now they get Trump, so they things are start reversing. Okay, the truth is start coming up. We have to take time to reverse what 4 years during Biden administration is doing. Yeah, the auto pen, and he's basically passed the executive order. All auto pen during Biden administration 4 years are all stopped, right? And I'm very sure whatever we learn now during the Biden administration, we expected the same thing happen in Europe. It's just nobody are there to expose it. So it's the whole thing.
Listen, Dave, I was a Trumpian fanatic, okay? I fucking love Trump, right? But I realize now, you said the truth is coming out. No, the only thing that's coming out is the redacted truth. There's no one coming to save us, and this is gonna sound black pill, but it's not even the Trump administration is gonna save. It's gonna save America.
Well, it looked when I came here with the Jewish, right? They were all very chaos. I mean, January 2025, Trump just started, and the Muslims come every 30 seconds, F them, everything, and the Jews are smart. They use all the logical argument they can, but they have no useless. Once you break it down, the political correctness, which is the one happening in US during Biden administration, political correctness means compromise free speech. That is the most stupid thing the Democrat promote. It's called compromise free speech. It's totally against what the forefather want you all to do, right? So political correctness, once you dismantle political correctness among the Jews, went straight to the 7th century, went straight to 1,400 years. Every single challenge that the Muslim brought, we dismantled it. And they are very smart. Like Sini is one of the most intellectual. He went all the way to DNA level, all the way back to 3,000 years. What was the DNA composition? Everything. So you have to. So Scar, I'm looking forward to hear more. Why you pessimistic? But I'm here to tell you, it's still possible, Scar. Otherwise, I won't be here.
Well, I already told you why I'm pessimistic. It's the birth rate, right? The average white, person in the West, they're 2 kids, right? And they're not even at replacement levels, right? Well, the Muslim populations and other populations are having 4 to 5 kids, a pop. So just off of that alone, you can indoctrinate your kids. You can teach the kids the ideology that you want them to have. It's not to say that every kid will grow up completely believing the ideology, but most probably will, because most people follow the knowledge and the stories and all the traditional family values that are passed down from their parents. So if that's the case, then if we fast forward 70 years in the future, right, we're going to see that it's projected in the UK that the Muslim population in the next 70 years will grow to around 17 million. They're at 4 million right now, but it'll go to I don't even think it's 70 years. I think it's 50 years. They'll go to 17 million.
I agree with all your calculations.
Let me just finish. That is a nation within a nation. That is a whole country. That is a voting bloc. That is people that can create a democratic mob. They can subvert democracy just based off of their numbers alone. That's why I'm pessimistic.
No, I agree completely. You just look at the playbook, right? The good thing is we have 40 years of use cases to understand how they move forward, right? So they spent 40 years to change Iran to what they are today, which is 15% controlling the other. Now happening in Turkey. Okay, so you could see how the people struggling, fighting, and by right we need to intercept that as well. It's like 5 years, So you can project that, and also other thing is, as I say, is you need to fight poison with poison, right? So the Islamic scholar, they all understand. Daniel was there talking, don't know how the end work, how the whole thing will end, Daniel. So the whole thing is, as I started back in January 2025, you fight poison with poison. The Islamic scholar already know their time is out, but the Westerners do not understand this. It's the Westerner fault. It's the Islamic scholar already know their time is out. They just hope the Westerner continue to be disillusioned without deep understanding of Islam, without deep understanding that their time is out.
What do you mean by that? Are you talking about like some sort of eschatological or whatever that word is?
Exactly. No, like the Islam, they are very strong.
Their eschatology, they're the end times, like.
Yes. The Islam.
But what do you mean by that? What are they saying?
They are. You see, when a Muslim student in US University were challenging Palestine and all this stuff, they say we will do this until Judgment Day. So you need to understand they will do all the struggling, all the fighting until Judgment Day. So if you force upon the Judgment Day, they immediately become peaceful. That is the key. That is the Islamic leader.
Yeah, but what does it mean to force upon Judgment Day? What does that mean?
That means like the Islam leader already know it's the Judgment Day. If you speak to any pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas, when you tell them this, the number one thing, the fear, that's the most important signal indication the judgment day is upon them, is when Israel talk about greater Israel, which is Abrahamic Accord, right? So this is why they will fight everything, they will pretend they're not going to join Abrahamic Accord, because once they Abrahamic Accord, the formation of greater Israel, it fulfill the prophecy they fear the most. Judgment day is here, they should surrender, it's time's up. All their effort is time's up. So you need to fight poison with poison. You need to understand the Achilles heel of Islam. Once you see all this thing, there is hope. Hope is happening. Doesn't matter about demographic calculation, which you correctly point out everything. You need to understand the Islam, how they think. Then you will win every battle.
Well, I know that from their viewpoint. Oh, my bad.
They didn't portray it. Sorry, man. They didn't portray it as our democracy. So as long as that's the case, I don't see how we can turn that around unless we refine democracy, as we were saying earlier on. You know, they know they're winning this game. Right?
So the trillion invested to change the way how the Western understand Islam, that has to stop immediately, right? And the Muslim,
we would have to change our democracy. We would have to be more like China. We would have to be more like Arab countries.
Trump is doing this. Trump administration doing this. So what I'm saying is, like Ted, right? He talked about Muslim, peaceful Muslim. The problem is the book. The book Quran gave you the flexibility to choose. You choose to be peaceful or you choose to kill Jews and Christians. Right? So, and as long they are Muslim who choose to be peaceful in the West, they provide the incubator for the one who want to kill Jews and Muslim to come in as a Trojan horse. So we need to just make them understand. Do you want to stay with the Western nation? This is the problem we face, our existential problem. Right? And if you don't want to help us to protect this, and you know it will become what you don't like, so you have to choose, and don't have to debate so much. Just say you got to choose. You got to help us to fight this, right? Otherwise, there will be civil war, right? And we just have to focus on the main point. The time is out for them. The time for peaceful is now. The time for struggle is over. So the Middle East languages, we are still struggling. We are struggling, you know. Once you say judgment day here, all excuse for continued struggling is time's up. Focus on that, they will surrender.
But I have no idea what you're saying. So, like, if on Bondi Beach, if someone said it's Judgment Day, would they have stopped shooting?
No, so Bondi Beach is like this. The Islamic leader, right? I think if you follow Bondi Beach, there are some imam in Australia stand up and speaking up the problem. So more and more imam are standing up and speaking up. The West has to take action against the radical part, because they know if the West don't take action, why they come to the West, their dream will be finished, right? So they are start to speaking up, and there are more people like that, right? So they
will never surrender, guys. They will never surrender. But just to clarify something, just for all of you who know, if you're from outside, it's Bondi Beach, not Bondi.
Yeah,
Bondi. It's the whole world saying Bondi. The second thing is they will never surrender, man. They will never surrender. They will only submit to Allah. They won't submit to anything else.
I know. That's why the thing is, once you understand Allah, Achilles heel, also you have a way to tackle this. The whole thing is the West for the last decades has not invested any time to deeply understand the Achilles heel of Islam. Once you understand this, there are sufficient people like us understand this, and whenever there's a debate, we go straight with the Achilles heel, they surrender. Okay, so it's just we don't spend time. We always think we think of them just like our value. That is our fault. They are stuck in 7th century and we are in the 21st century. That is our fault. We underestimate how organized people who stuck in 7th century can change the chess game. Okay, but now we're waking up. The Trump administration is waking up, right? Germany is not like UK. UK, you have two-tier policing and you have all the controlling of free speech. Germany, you can speak. And there's no two-tier policing. So there
Well, I'll
is.
vote for you guys.
Yes,
I'll vote for you guys. I'll vote for you, buddy. I'll vote for you.
So what you need to know, Scal and Brett, 1683. This is where we are right now, 1683, when Austria, Vienna is totally surrounded by 300,000 Ottoman soldiers. And yet during this very hopeless time, the Polish came. So we got to mobilize Poland. Okay, so the Fox News now talk about Poland. So the people in Trump administration are planning, okay, and we just have to keep on supporting it, keep on understand what are the Achilles heel of Islam. They can be defeated.
Yeah, the only thing I trust about the Trump administration is that the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, has the word kafar or kafir tattooed on him. So I'm like, hey, this guy should understand. I feel like he has a better understanding of radical Islam than probably previous.
Florida, they understood this. The rates that they understand, especially Texas, right? So Texas banned the infiltration of Islam to create a first Texas Islamic city. They banned it, and they are very vocal. There are many vocal Republicans teaching the West how to address them. So Scar, I mean, I monitor this. This is just the last 1-2 months of all this thing. Very new, but things are turning around. Don't give up hope. Keep coming here and speak the truth. I think you have good knowledge.
Well, I think that after Bondi Beach, Bondi or Bondi Beach, whatever, I've seen on the social media that people are starting to be like, let's look into Islam now. Let's look into see what's going on.
Exactly. Bondi, the October 7th has a biggest impact, right? It's the beginning of the end of Islam, and with all the trillion money they spend in manipulating the Western media to see everything the wrong way, right? And now Trump is suing BBC for 10 billion, and soon it will go to another Western media, the France 24, Deutsche Welle, all this left-wing media, right? Then we have a way to free Europe from their own echo chamber. Europe are very hard to reach them. They don't come here. The American come here, Canadian come here, Australian come here, but the European don't. So we can't reach them. We can't help them, right? So that's why Trump is now suing 10 billion on BBC.
Okay, Dave, I have a question for you, right? You say that, the Trump administration, the only person I really trust is Pete Hegseth, but you say like the Trump administration is doing stuff to, try and stop this Islam stuff, right? So why does Trump support and shake hands with Giuliani, what is his name? The guy that's the head of Syria, right? President of Syria. So that guy was a known terrorist. There was a $10 million bounty from the U.S. on his head. So why is Trump rubbing arms with him?
Yeah, because Trump as a leader, he has to show multiple face, right? He has to infiltrate Middle East, so he has to be smiling at them as well. And he's shaking hands with him because that are the conditions Saudi Arabia asked, requested. So Trump is playing very complex chess. He has to be smiling at one place and then waging the war against Muslim Brotherhood and Council of American Islam Relationship. So, and Trump is not working alone; it's the whole team. Trump has a team, right? So, and the sad thing is, the 4 year of Biden administration, now we start to learn the truth. And unfortunately, the same thing is also happening in Europe, but nobody exposed it yet.
Yeah, I just think it's weird that that the new president of Syria is was an ex-terrorist. Well, I don't know if he could be an ex-terrorist, but is a terrorist, and the West has kind of adopted this normalization with him, and then trying to make him seem like he's any different than ISIS or Al Qaeda or whatnot. Because what they're going to do is they're going to make Syria, a more, developed place in terms of their abilities to, weaponize, jihad, right? Because it's not going to be this, civil war, Assad-run hellhole anymore. It's going to be they're trying to achieve an actual nation state, but at the same time, if your nation state is being led by a terrorist who can probably develop, whatever type of weapons or whatever, I don't see the point in rubbing arms with him at all. I just think that they should just do the typical install Western backed leader. And that's
I'm going to explain to you, right? So the Syria has to look like normalized, because once they look normalized, Syria has no more excuse not to take back the 10 million Syrian refugee asylum seeker in Europe, right? So the sooner Syrian look normal, then the Europe can start bringing back those 10 million people. So it is a very complex game. But it is important we understand that right now, at this moment, Israel and US is fighting at the Syria, right? So it's complex there, because at one side they put a very secular some face with smiling leader, but underneath, I'm very sure the Trump administration know what is underneath. But for the bigger picture of helping Europe to bring back the Syrian asylum seekers back to Syria, so all these things are happening, Scott. It's very complex.
Yeah, well, let's hope it all works out.
No, I think for the first time, we have a leader with the biggest ball to speak the truth, who will reject political correctness. And this never happened last 4 years, right? And this hopefully will encourage more European leaders to step forward and speak the truth. It's happening, right?
Yeah, but I think that the leftists and like the radical, communists and whatever, they're just gonna hold out until Trump is out of office, and then a Democratic leader, wins the next race or something like that. They know that the whole Trumpian era is gonna die with Trump, and the reason why is because no one's gonna fill his shoes in terms of the type of personality that he has.
So Scott, we debate the lefty, we debate the communists every day, Monday to Friday, at the Critical Thinking Forum. You hear them exactly what they want to do with the American, whatever they think, right? So, and by debating them the civilized way, we also hope them to start to see more people turn into independent, right? And you start to see all this stuff, and you are correct. There must be more blue state turn red, and not the other way. For the America experience of the last 250 years continue, there must be more blue turn red. You got it, Scott?
Yeah, I'm just, I'm still gonna be pessimistic. I'm not
It's easy, but I try to really connect every dot, and then figure out you have to speak the language of poison against poison, or apply Sun Tzu at a war, understand your enemy totally, and then you will win every battle, right? So, but I attempt to do this, and I see significant progress. And then people like you and Pat, come here and hold your ground. And once you hold your ground, they gave up. So back in January 2025 or after October 7th, the Jews in the online platform, every 30 seconds, someone will come, you F everything thrown at them. And 2024 is the worst time for the Jewish in Israel. Many people want to commit suicide. Many rabbis want to commit suicide because they can't take it anymore. But once Trump came in, everything turned around, right? So I saw all this trend, and I'm very positive. And the most positive indication is the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine. They basically dissipated. I mean, you don't see them anymore. They don't speak as much as conviction as they used to be. So if they start showing this indication, they have doubt. They're not like before. They have doubt. Now we have to help people like you, Scout, to have more confidence, because your enemy is having doubt. But as long as there are more people like you who are losing hope, then they still think there's an opportunity, and we must not give them. We must not give them to think there's still a chance. That's when we are wrong. We are losing. But once we hold our ground, we say it is over for you, then we switch the time. Okay? We switch the time. Be done in Europe, the western part of Europe. The good thing is Marco Rubio just spoke again, when the reporter asked him what it means by national security strategy just released recently, talk about erasure of civilization in Europe. And he explained it very clearly. The reason why US is in Europe, in NATO, because of our common shared value, shared culture. If Europe start to lose their culture, then there's no more common shared value. So what the Trump administration White House issued national security strategy is an indication to Europe, wake up now. This is the line. If you continue this path, you fight on your own war. You cannot use the excuse of common shared value, common culture to say US will be part of you. You destroy yourself, and you have to wake up. So they are waking up. Okay? All these things are moving at a very nice way, because Trump administration has the ball to speak the truth. Europe is going through civilization erasure. No other president would dare to say something like that. Keep your hope up. Speak to you another time. Heck, you got a lot of job to do. It's like if in Jedi term, you full of force, but you have to let discipline. Okay, I talk to you on that. Bye.
much with good intent, but bow to those who never bend. You raise their flags, ignore their calls, while silence echoed down your halls. You lit the fire in your schools, disguised as justice fed by fools. You gave it space, you changed its name. Now wonder why it speaks in flame. You thought it only burned out, but now it's riding on your end. You lit the fire in the door, and now it's rising through your floor. We warned you not in hate or pride, but you stood watching from the side. Now your own world is wrapped in fear, and truth is what they won't let near. You light the fire in your love, then fix every other cause. You call us cool, you call us blind, but now the smoke has reached your mind. You said the fire was yours,
Exactly.
What common ground do you want to work on then? Where are you basing trial on then?
Unbelievable. Horrible. Simple as people. Imagine having a shot in the neck and you have some, you know what? I'm not even going to say what I want to say.
But she seems to be acting like
just.
Don't you think people just be acting like in a fake, unnatural manner?
These women are dirty, bro. Women are their worst enemies. It's always women that are single that keep other women single for obvious reasons. That's what happens all the time.
Who's
and
acting
you must
fake?
address the problem.
Eric Kurt.
No, because you listen. I bet you Thunder is 100% single and Club is 100% single.
No, Thunder. No, wait. No, Thunder's a good friend of mine, and she's married.
I don't give a fuck. So faithful.
Here's the thing, right?
Ever since
like the internet here, like
why would you say that?
People think that they can like psychoanalyze people off of like a couple videos, and sometimes you can, right? If they're completely like obvious, like this person is off. But I've watched a lot of her post Charlie Kirk's death videos, and I don't see anything like off about her or anything like that. This is a woman who obviously is bears the responsibility of carrying on his legacy in terms of leading his organization. She has to do interviews. Like, we're not going to just expect that she has to literally break down in tears and go, oh my husband, like in every single interview. That makes no sense, right? She probably does that at home or does that when she feels lonely, but I think people are being completely unreasonable. Like, I don't know what they want her to do.
I read your comment, Beaver. Here's the thing. Before Clubhouse was ever invented, I've done a lot of public speaking. And first of all, it's a skill you acquire. I don't know if you've done if anybody else here has done it, but it is definitely a skill you acquire. Some people are better at it. Some people are more natural at it. I don't know if she had ever done any public speaking before his assassination. I kind of doubt it. And remember, we're seeing the end result of Charlie Kirk's career. You can be sure that when he first started speaking, that he seemed that he wasn't as polished as we saw in the last, 5 years of his life. And a person who can be genuine in private settings may come off. I'm not saying this is the explanation, but if it seems performative, I haven't seen any of her interviews, so I don't know. But I'm just offering this up as someone who has spoken in public in front of groups of people. It's, and who the first time I did that, I almost fainted. Look. So that's it. I don't know.
I think people have this more.
The fuck just happened in the chat? It just wait for some time.
Yeah, you're really kind of soft, Adrian. You're soft. Wait a minute. Better.
Okay. I think people have. With the consumption of mass media and social media and internet, all of this shit 24/7, has warped people's perspective on what grieving is and what it's supposed to look like and how it presents itself. And I think that people think that a widow is supposed to be a recluse. She's supposed to be in black all the time. Dreary.
She was in black leather pants. Sexy ones.
I mean, have a veil and just, sobbing all the fucking time. I think grief shows up different in different people.
But she was in the black.
Given the circumstances of being a public figure and being how her husband was a public figure, it is vastly different than, grief is going to show up vastly different in, let's say, a woman who's been working at goddamn Target and her husband was killed in a traffic accident. Now, she is going to grieve differently because she's not a front-facing, public-facing figure and have to put on this face or this persona 24/7. That wife that worked at Target, she is going to grieve vastly different than a public figure. And I think, I think people need to keep that in mind. We need to keep that in mind because as a wife, I don't think that you could be in a position to say, well, I think this woman isn't grieving enough for her husband. She's acting weird. It's like, really?